Lorenz Schwartz going up against Kevin Garlock. This will be the final pairing of Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. And Kevin Garlock going to pull that car over to the right-hand side. Something going to miss, and looks like we'll be coasting to a stop. So Kevin Garlock has problems and is stopped just between the 8th mile and the 1,000 foot. So safety crews will go out and see what's wrong. Just pull that car off and slowed it down pretty quickly. So something going awry on that pass at the Lordco lane. Lorenz Schwartz locks it at 10.351 at 133 miles an hour.
So while they're taking care of that, you will notice a change where we used to call the Super Pro category. The category sponsor was West Coast, what was it?
Image Motorsports.
Image Motorsports, there you go. Oh, they have merged, and the company has become Vancouver Car Wraps. So big news there. All of the work, all of the talent, all of the people involved, everything that you have come to know and appreciate is still there, now under the banner Vancouver Car Wraps. So they are located at Unit 302, 20630 Mufford Crescent in Langley, and they are the Super Pro category sponsors. So a big shout out to them. Want to welcome everybody here to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. The Titanium Auto Group is the Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles. Regardless of budget, Titanium provides you with a first-rate buying experience. Titanium deals in only the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, minivans, and SUVs, because that's what their customers have come to expect. 2 locations, both located in beautiful Langley, BC. The flagship store, 9494 200th Street, just south of the Golden Ears Bridge. And the other one on the corner of Fraser Highway and Willowbrook Drive. That is their second superb location right across the street from Willowbrook Mall. In the pits, junior dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes. Peden Industries, junior dragsters, Thunder in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2, and that we are going to put Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro category on standby. Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro, you are now on standby.
You see Kevin Garlock getting his car towed off by the safety safari up at the top end, and obviously not under its own power. So, as mentioned before, something going awry, but hopefully they'll get that car off soon, and we'll be back to racing.
As we say around our house, that car is broken. Hey, anytime there's a bit of downtime, there won't be much of it today, let me tell you. But I would encourage you, head over to the Half-Track Snack Shack if you're the least bit hungry, need to satisfy some hunger pangs. The Half-Track Snack Shack is open for your business. All sorts of breakfast eggers, bacon, sausage, you name it. Hash browns, they've got some hot dogs, I'm sure, hamburgers, chicken strips, all sorts of combos, French fries, and there's usually 1 or 2 surprises, too, there that are always worth checking into. While you're at the in the patio area, you can head over to the other side of the patio and check out the Pro Shop. You find all kinds of NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs there. All the latest apparel, headgear, and by that I mean hats and caps and toques and things. Hoodies, die-cast cars, stickers, even pins and glassware, all sorts of things that you would never expect to find. That's in the Pro Shop, along with sunscreen, bug spray, and if you're sensitive, earplugs. But then if you're also looking for just a little snack, they got potato chips and ice cream sandwiches and chocolate bars, all that kind of stuff. So remember, If you have paid your admission here at the raceway, your admission entitles you to a pit pass. So feel free to walk over the bridge and head over into the pits and take a look at everything there. And while I'm talking about the pits, remember to observe all the speed limits in the pits. If you're walking in the pits, do walk on the edge of the paved areas. And if you're having trouble hearing any of us on the PA, you can check us out on the FM band, 92.7 on the FM band, where the PA is.
I can never decide when I go to the Pro Shop if I want to get one of those usual ice cream sandwiches that's just the classic, or if I want to get the chocolate chip cookie variant.
Decisions, decisions, decisions. I mean, wow, there's life is full of conundrums, and that certainly is one of them.
Y'all's got Oreo cookie variants that I discovered.
You know, the day is long. There's nothing that prevents you from trying all of them out, actually.
Except my wallet.
Well, there is that. There is that. So we're just doing a little bit of prep work on the start line, and we are going to get set to go into the junior dragster category, Peden Industries Lightning and Thunder, and then we'll be going into the Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro category, and that will be followed by Hot Rod and then Junior Street, if there are some Junior Street racers here today, Motorcycle, and then Super Combo, Super Shifter, and then Canada West Doorslammers, and then we will also have Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and then authorized and approved license and test. So Junior Dragster now. Junior Dragster, Thunder and Lightning. We start with Thunder as always. The Junior Thunder category is for drivers aged 5 to 12. So as I say, drivers aged 5 to 12. That's right, you heard me. 5 years of age. You can get behind the butterfly steering of a junior dragster. Half-scale dragsters, although technically I think, Nolan, you were more accurate. They're about a third the distance, the length, but notice that NHRA wants to call them half-scale dragsters. So
that's just what I heard when I first started working here a few years ago, and that's what I've been running with ever since.
Yeah. So here we go with Hunter Gallant. Tower side, brand new paint job for 2022. That was a surprise to him when he picked up that car. Hunter, one of the younger competitors. Emily White over in the other lane from Mission. Hunter from Chilliwack. These cars will run as quick as 790 in the 8th mile at about 80 miles an hour. The younger you are, the more detuned the car is for your age, and so Hunter will probably be running in the 14-second range. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We won Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro to the lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6, please. Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. Bring them up to the lanes. 5 and 6. This is your call. Hunter Gland clocks in at 12 flat, 53 miles an hour. Emily 9:13 at 70 miles an hour. As Nick Bond and Wesley Armstrong will be the next pair. Nick Bond's dad, that is Justin Bond, directing him in the staging lanes. Justin here for the weekend. A break off of the NHRA Pro Mod circuit, where he is excelling in more ways than one. The other lane, Wesley Armstrong from Chilliwack. BD Diesel, Badass Garage. Folks that I believe are probably on the property with all kinds of stuff for your man cave or what else, any garage, whatever. Signage, posters, a host of different things available. Check them out in the pit area, Badass Garage. So, Tubbo Towels also getting a shout out from Wesley. Wesley is over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. As Nick Bond rolls into the stage beams. Mentioned already, they race to the 8th mile. They'll both leave the start line. Nick Bond turning on the red light by 4 thou. 899, 73 miles an hour. 899. And 1401 for Wesley. 1401, 45 miles an hour. Like the full-size cars, everybody getting one qualifying hit. They'll get a opportunity to see the cars, the dragster's performance, and then put a dial-in on the dragster. And that will be inserted into the computer to provide the slower car the handicap start come elimination times. Kenna Thompson and Connor Jackson. Kenna, sponsored by JBS. Over here, Tower Side. Connor from Abbotsford, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab. Connor on the Lordco side. Ain't pushing the tree. Red light, not a problem for qualifying. At the stripe, 10:51. 63 miles an hour for McKenna. Connor goes 10:67 at 63 miles an hour. Looking at an air temperature right now of almost 17 degrees. So the track temperature warming up nicely. April Bond and Hunter Thompson will be the next pair. 2022 shaping up to be a good, strong year for the Peden Industries Junior Dragster category. Of the races that we've held so far, upwards of 20 junior dragsters on the property. And that's a good, strong field. Many of these racers will be moving up as they age out of the Lightning category, which is for 13 years and older. Once they get to 17, a lot of them, and we look forward to this, make their way into full-size cars. We've seen that with a number of racers and a number of champions, track champions. So junior dragster, a perfect, wonderful opportunity to move up and make your way in the drag racing community here at Mission Raceway. So April Bond and Hunter Thompson. 10:83 is the time for April. 60 miles an hour. Hunter goes 13:38 at 46 miles per hour. Once again, Super Pro, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, you should be in 5 and 6. Alex Green now and Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence over on the Lordco side and Alex on the TCS side. So Cadence runs a 12 flat, 52 miles per hour. Cadence sponsored by Milron Truck and Body, and Alex Green goes 14:08 at 44 miles per hour. That brings up Adam Katnick and Ashton Katnick, a family affair. The Katnicks have 3 junior dragsters in the category. Adam over here, TCS lane, Ashton, the Lordco lane. So 9:05 for Adam and 12:83 for Ashton. There you can tell the basic performance difference between the ages. So Adam being a little bit older, running a 9:05 at 73 miles an hour, whereas Ashton is 12:83 at 49 miles an hour. So this is an interesting thing. If I understand correctly, this might be a father-daughter affair. That's right, CL Gagnon from Qualicum Beach. Nate, normally riding a Top Fuel Harley. Well, he's over here tower side. How he squeezed into there, I don't know. Wow, lightning category. So 775 for Nate, if that was Nate. 83 miles an hour, 797 for CL at 82 miles an hour. So that was pretty cool, pretty cool. If that was father-daughter, they were really, really close. 775 to a 797. Now, in the category, you're not supposed to go quicker than 790. So I'd say Nate just a little bit, don't you think?
Well, from what I understood, that was not meant to be a qualifying hit. That was just solely a grudge race. Yes. Who might I add, redlit and still got their second. Oh, yeah. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Hot Rod to come on down to the staging lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, come on down to 1 and 2.
Complete for Lexi Winterbottom and Emma Debris-Coos. Emma from Shawnigan Lake. Her father racing in the Canada West Doorslammer Series. Lexi over here, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures and Hobo Racing. Lexi from Langley. in the blue and yellow junior dragster, running in the Lightning category. .831 is the time for Lexi, 78 miles an hour, 9:09, and 72 miles an hour for Emma. All these drivers will have a dial-in put on their dragster or their full-size vehicle, and that will be used for the handicap start come elimination time. The slower car always leaves the line first. Here comes our next pair, newly wrapped Lincoln Shirk. That is the junior dragster here on the tower side, sponsored by Titanium Racing, Rad Torque, and JS. Aiden Katnick in the other lane, TK Performance sponsored, junior dragster. Attention in the pits. The pits, we're going to call motorcycle to lane 3. Motorcycle, we need you, lane number 3. Hot Rod, we're going to call you to the lanes as well. Hot Rod to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Street, we're going to call you to the lanes as well. So Junior Street, bring them up to the lanes. Motorcycle, though, motorcycle, you are going to be in lane number 3.
Colton Moore making his way down the racetrack. Now, the last time that car was out here, brand spanking new junior dragster, it was completely white, only had the Moore Motorsports logo on it. Now, freshly painted, and that car is looking good. I'd say one of the best looking cars you got out there right now.
Yeah, if you're walking in the pits, you really want to take a look at the junior dragsters, along with all the other cars, but the junior dragsters, there is an awful lot of attention paid to detail on those cars. And if you take a look at ones like the Lincoln Shirks with the brand new wrap, or Dee Dee Stanley, there's a whole pile of detail in the paint and metal work that is really, well, you just can't see it when it's on the quarter mile. But when you go back in the pits, you really have an appreciation for the time and attention that the kids and the parents put into these race cars. It's a full-time gig. They really love it, and it really pays off dividends in the long run in terms of keeping the family together and participating in something that everybody enjoys. That's junior dragsters, sure. So, Hot Rod, we have called you to the lanes. 1 and 2, Hot Rod. You should be in the lanes. And we have called Motorcycle, lane number 3. We are going to go into Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro in a few seconds.
Going to bring up John Braining in the Camaro over there, TCS side, and you've got Martin Rochelle in his 1978 Malibu on the Lordco side of things. Rochelle also running in the Super Combo Series, which we'll be seeing them up for their first qualifying hit later on in the morning. Rochelle red lights it. John Braining all over the shot. I think just barely kept that in his own lane, but that's obviously going to be a pretty scuffed run for the Camaro. That was a mighty close call, though.
Yeah, he had trouble right off the hit and started heading towards the inside edge of the groove, and it's really tricky when you're trying to correct and what the steering ratio is and everything else. So managed to stay in the groove and sorted it out after about the first 330 feet.
Almost reminded me of that Corvette that was testing out here the last time out. Made a very similar mistake, except that car actually went into the wall. So very lucky there.
Yeah, I watched that a couple of times on YouTube, and it really does boil down to becoming more comfortable in the car and knowing what the ratio is on that steering, when to correct, when not to overcorrect. I mean, it's sort of like everything we do on a winter or wet road times 10. But he did a good job, managed to keep it straight.
So Jen Christensen in the Nova, going to be going up against Richard Love's SS Motorsports S10. Love coming all the way out from Osoyoos to race with us here at the Titanium Strip, but it'll be Christensen to get there first. 8.654, 158 miles an hour. Richard Love clocks in at 11.975 at 121 miles an hour. John Jenkins bringing up the 1988 S10. I can't remember seeing that car out here, or that truck, I should say, out here. I think this is the first time out this season.
No, he's had it out twice before, and twice before it's broke.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Yeah, it's a new truck that he brought out just this year, and first race out, he had problems. Took, I think it was, he said, a cylinder out of the thing, and so that had to be replaced, and then he broke it again the next time. He was racing something in between, but he's trying to get this truck together.
Gets there ahead of Dan Parsons' Quality Racing Duster, 10.6 to a 10.9. And that brings up Craig Johnson, last year's runner-up in his Johnson's custom exhaust Malibu wagon. He'll be going up against Jason Gibson in the Mustang. Couple of green bulbs. The Malibu wagon, though, out by some margin and will get there first. 10.702, 123 miles an hour. Gibson logs an 11.276 at 129 miles an hour. That'll bring up Stephen Robert in the innovative pressure system Chevy Roadster, going up against Kelly Voss in the hardtail dragster right out of Pitt Meadows.
Yeah, Voss says he bought that car from somebody in South Dakota. It was originally a Division 7 dragster, so that's a car that would be running in California and the southern states. But it wound its way up to South Dakota, where he picked it up. And he is running it for the first time this year. Well, this year being its first year out. 898 he runs, 147, 893 for the Roadster, 147 miles an hour.
That'll bring up Vince Smith in the Camaro. This car was testing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week. Had decided to take that car on a big couple of test hits. Watch this thing because it has a tendency to kind of lurch really bad onto the right rear. So that left front, very easy to get picked off the ground, much like a very certain Super Shifters car that we all know and love.
Yeah, so interesting torque. There you go. Yeah, the one side gets picked up. Allows for a little bit of steering anyway. So Vince Smith goes 898 with a 6, 150 miles an hour. 898, pretty quick little Camaro. And Robinson in the Roadster goes 916, 142 miles an hour.
It's our defending champion off to a solid start here in race number 8, putting down that 006 light. I believe that will put him to the #1 spot now in qualifying, and I believe that will also wrap it up for the Vancouver car wraps. Oh, not quite. There is a dragster rolling around the corner.
That would be Justin Bond. So
I wanted to get right to it. He came flying around that corner.
yeah, taking time away from the Pro Mod. Sits inside the Super Pro dragster after helping the kids get down the 8th mile in the junior. He's a busy guy.
Busy to the point where he was testing out another Pro Mod car over the week.
So can't keep that man out of a car.
You really can't. You really
Whether
can't.
it's an open wheel car or a closed wheel car. So this is Justin Bond in the Super Pro dragster.
.013 light for Justin Bond as he takes off. That'll be good enough for the number 4 qualifying spot. That's a solid pass as well. 7.023 at 188 miles an hour. That is so far the fastest pass we have had on the day, but we're going to get faster before long.
Didn't even think he needed the parachute. He felt, I guess, he's run here lots. He knows how far and how long the drag strip is. Didn't need to unpack and pack the parachute on that run. So good pass for Justin Bond.
So that wraps up the Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro qualifying. We roll into Hot Rod, where Rob Monroe Sr. in the Model A going to be going up against Randy Hermson in the 1958 Oldsmobile. Watch Monroe Sr. here. That car likes to make good use of that wheelie bar.
Yeah, lifts the front wheels pretty solid. Speaking of solid, 3,800 pounds is what that Oldsmobile weighs in at, even with some fiberglass material in the front end. Whoa, yes. So Rob Monroe Sr. Pedal to the metal, runs 894 to 149 miles an hour. Randy goes as usual, 1335. Consistency is the name of the game, 104 miles an hour. Hey, in the hot rod category, you have to run 750 and slower, and your body has to be 1969 and older. No electronics are accepted in this category. Here's Glenn Fillingham from Coquitlam in the 68 AMX. We saw the Pacer out here earlier. This is the second American Motors product. Probably the only two that are out here. Sylvia Hoogston in the other lane is in the 66 Ford Mustang. The AMX goes 12.19 at 111 miles an hour, and the Mustang 12.53 at 107 miles per hour.
The Dennis Winton's Shaggy Bel Air will be coming on up next. He'll be going up against Paul Carr's 1963 Mercury.
So Paul Carr, 11.08 in that green Mercury. 11.94 for Dennis Winton in the wagon that he calls Shaggy. 112 miles an hour. Here is your hot rod champion for 2021, Rob Hodgson. Over here, tower side, Hodgson is driving the 67 Plymouth. He is your champion, Martin Jackman, 64 Chevelle wagon.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo, we're calling you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo coming down to lanes 1 and 2. We're also going to make the call for BC Super Shifters to come down to lanes 3 and 4. So Super Combo to 1 and 2, Super Shifters to 3 and 4, and Canada West Doorslammers, you are now on standby.
So Hodgson goes 1079, 124 miles an hour on his one and only hit of the day, and Martin Jackman in the other lane. I missed that time, but it looks like he is in first qualifying position in hot rod because it's based on reaction time. So Jackman with a 033 in first. Dustin Hunter at 9:18 with another 033 reaction time. Larry Rodenizer in the Old Yeller, sponsored by Lordco, runs a 9:45 at 140 miles an hour. Daryl Tippy and Veronica Hodgson. Veronica in the 69 Dodge Dart, Lordco side. Daryl Tippy from Surrey, sponsored by Horizon Paint and Auto Body, in the Chevy 2. You can see Veronica's reaction time on the reader board, 007. 1242 at 108 miles an hour, 1088, 125 miles an hour for Daryl Tippy, and Veronica currently sits in the #1 qualifying position for hot rod with that reaction time as the Rad Torque Barracuda of Jim Benke rolls forward. Big shout out going to Bucky's Mini Excavating and Rad Torque, of course. Martin Dykstra in the other lane. Wheels up as usual on the Barracuda. Dykstra in the Roadster. Sponsors include Emco Waterworks, IPEX, and All-Quip Diesel. He runs a 952, 137 miles an hour, 10:03 for Benke. That Barracuda has run in the 9s. He's trying to keep it in the 10s. 10 O's are what he wants. So this is race number 8 of the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series, and this is a series that's contested right across North America, so all racers are collecting points here today. This is the world's largest motorsports program. Upwards of around 80,000 competitors are in racing conditions right across Canada and the United States. It's a bracket racing format, so it allows drivers in all sorts of vehicles, whether that be a dragster, or whether that be a roadster, or whether it be sedans, coupes, or motorcycles. Everybody competes on an equal basis because of the handicap system. What happens is points are gathered at each of these races. We have approximately 15 Summit Racing Series races over the course of a year, as do all the other tracks. These events are hosted and award points. At the end of the season, each track selects a team of racers from the top points finishers to represent that track, and that is our team on a mission. So as we progress through the year, we'll probably be making more announcements on that for Team on a Mission to, well, do all sorts of fundraising activities that help support our team and send them to the Divisional Summit Racing Series Finals. Then the division champions in Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and Motorcycle receive a Division Champions trophy, jacket, and some well-earned cash. Then they advance to the NHRA Summit Racing Series National Championships at the season-ending Auto Club NHRA Finals in Pomona, California. And there they receive travel money as they compete for cash, the National Championship trophy, and jacket, and all sorts of contingency awards. So that is the Summit Racing Series. That is what we're experiencing today. This weekend is race number 8 and 9. And so today, race number 8, as we have essentially completed all of the qualifying for those Summit Racing Series categories. We still have a number of qualifying sessions to run before we move into eliminations, which will likely be just after 12 o'clock. So we talked about junior dragsters earlier, and that is a category to introduce underage drivers to the world of drag racing. If you're not into spending a whole bunch of money on a junior dragster, another way you can get involved in drag racing as you are underage would be in the junior street category. So these have to be street legal cars. It's the only category where there are two individuals in the vehicle. One that holds a regular driver's license, an insured driver's license for the vehicle, and then you have the underage driver on the driver's side looking to race with a competition license in the junior street category. And again, they have to be street legal. They race to the 8th mile, and that is Tyler Smith, who runs 11:21, 62 miles an hour. So left to qualify so far this morning is motorcycle, and then we have super combo and super shifter, and then we'll have Canada West Doorslammers, Outlaw 275, limited street, and then the approved test and license passes only. That's if you've purchased a test card and a license tech card, and we will be running you before we go into eliminations. I see the motorcycles are now moving into the water box. Motorcycle champion from 2021, the Mission Raceway track champion, is Al Almond, and Al is on the track in the Lordco lane right now. In the other lane, Jody Brickwood from Surrey. Al Almond is the proprietor of Thrifty Machine Shop. He's a machinist there. He's on a Kawasaki. 13-time Mission Raceway champion. 13 times. Wow.
It's good to see an actual field here today. The first few races of the season, it's been Outlaw and, well, Outlaw racing. That's been about it.
That's right. That's right. So, yes, good to see a few more motorcycles on the property. They, too, will have one qualifying session for a dial-in time to be established for their eliminations later on this afternoon. I seem to recall overhearing, was it 6 motorcycles on the property? 5 motorcycles? 8? Something like that. We'll see how many make this qualifying session as Jody and Al head down the quarter mile. Al heading over to the edge of the racing surface. Manages to apply some body English to get it back in the center. Goes 921, 142 miles an hour. 1019. 129 miles an hour. You notice on some of the more racy motorcycles, the steering travel is very, very limited so that they don't oversteer, but that requires a fair amount of body English, leaning and pushing your weight around to get that motorcycle back into the racing groove. What do we know about Wild Bill from DeRoche? Yes, that's what it says. Wild Racing Kawasaki, 1400 cc. Wild Bill staging the motorcycle. Well, it's a 915 with a 6, 141 miles an hour.
So Dieter Gerst, Lordco's side, racer locally out of Mission in his 1978 Harley, was going to be going up against Elias Dick, but it looks like Elias's motorcycle having some problems on the trying to get fired up, so this will end up being a single pass. Of course, Gerst, owner of GDFR Racing, also sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson. And we'll see what Gerst will be able to make on his first pass of the weekend.
So launching with some difficulty, and you want that obviously to be a whole lot smoother than that. He goes 1046 at 133 miles an hour.
And it looks like Elias Dick and his Suzuki will not be able to be making a pass. He's going to walk that bike back to back to the pits, and I believe that means he's not going to get put on the ladder, will he?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works. They may have to work that out themselves, but motorcycle is a summit class, so it may get placed on the bottom. I'm not sure. But normally if you are wanting to be in the field, you have to make some sort of representative run. So motorcycle's complete, and before we go into super combo, what we're going to do is do a little bit of track preparation. We see the sprayer that is out there. Back in the old days, we always say that, right? Back in the old days, there was a period where track preparation involved basically kicking the broken parts off the track and avoiding the shiny areas when you made your way down the quarter mile. But those days are long gone, as everything has become engineered and scientifically processed in some senses. I often refer to it as the art and science of track preparation, because there is a lot more that goes into it than just making it clean and then spraying it to get it sticky. A lot of it has to do with what the temperature is outside, what the humidity is outside. You see two tanks on the sprayer, and there are different levels of stickiness in each of those tanks, so it's a matter of working out the ratio and also where to apply the most amount of the traction compound as opposed to less. And different vehicles will require different kinds of track preparation. So all of that is taken into account. As a matter of fact, when they are building new racetracks, NHRA even has a spec concrete so that there is a little bit more consistency built into each of the facilities if there's an opportunity to do that. So they'll do the spray, and then they will do a little bit of track rubbing. Hey, attention in the pits. We need Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 5 and 6, please. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you. Bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6. This is your call. So as I was saying, we'll do the spray, and then we'll sometimes do a little bit of rubbing with the tractors. The tractors have pads in the back of used slicks, and so they will put rows of used rubber onto the track, and that basically gets the consistency that we're looking for. And every so often, we'll need to scrape the racing start line as well because of an excess of rubber. Too much rubber is just as bad as not enough. So all of that will be taken into account. Once again, we draw your attention to the Half-Track Snack Shack as we are approaching, we're getting close to the end of qualifying. Still lots of qualifying to go, but you might want to take an opportunity to grab something at the Half-Track Snack Shack while we're doing a little bit of track preparation ahead of the Super Combo category. You see the clouds of VHT traction compound out at the top end, and certainly that is where we want the track to be sticky, not in the shutdown area per se, but over the mile-per-hour timing lights at the top end. When you have vehicles, as we have here on the facility, getting close to 200 miles an hour. In the quarter mile, you want them to have good adhesion at the top end. So Steve taking care of that in the sprayer. So the next cars on the track will be Super Combo, which is, when we say combo, we mean it's a combo class of 3 categories, 3 indexes, 890, 990, and 1090. And so this is not necessarily a track class. It's run by the racers themselves. We start with Martin Rochelle, man who started racing in Bremerton in Seattle, down in Washington State. That was back in the 80s. He had a 66 Chevelle back then. He built this Malibu and started racing in 88 at the Eagle Motorplex in Ashcroft when that was in existence. And shortly after the new track was built in Mission here, he became a regular as well. He's based out of Surrey. It's a 78 Malibu. It's Martin Rochelle, runs in the 1090 class, so you want to get as close to 1090 as possible without going under. Jerry Epp is in the Mustang in the other lane. That's also a 1090 racer. They will use delay boxes, so launch to get a good reaction time and then pull power out of the vehicles before slowly bringing them back in under power to end up at the quarter mile as close to 1090 as possible, like Jerry Epp's 1090 with a 7, dead on 7. 152 miles an hour, 1091 for Martin Rochelle, so not much behind. Better reaction time for Rochelle, but not as close as Jerry Epp to that 1090. Here's John Lackey now and Stephen Veach. Veach getting out of shape on a very slow start is John Lackey, so he had to get his foot out of it and then back into it a few times. 1091 still at 120 miles an hour. Veach, well, he managed to get a better reaction time. John Lackey's reaction time started with a 5, and that's not what you want. Here is your Super Combo 2021 champion, Brad Vinge. Runner-up was Martin Rochelle. Brad Vinge over here in the Camaro. You can see just how sticky that track is when the crew is having trouble walking away from the car. So Brad Vinge from Langley, BC Racing, a 68 Chevy Camaro. And Dan Parsons in the Duster. So again, a classic example of you see the power coming out with the delay box. 1091 for the Duster, 1111 for Brad Vinge. And I believe this is Brad's first time out this year. Let's put it this way, the first time I've seen him this year. Warren Jacobson in the Chevy 2 Tower Side. Dean Peterson in the Mustang Roadster. Normally would run a car like that in the super gas category, so 990 would be the category for the Roadster. Choosing to run it in the 1090 class. Goes 1097. Warren Jacobson goes 1090 with a 6, 137 miles per hour, and a perfect reaction time of trip zip 000. That's what every racer strives for on the reaction time. You want a perfect reaction time. That means you're leaving the instant that green filament starts. And a perfect reaction time is 000, and Warren Jacobson just scored himself a Mission Raceway mug for that very reason. So that takes care of the Super Combo class as we roll into Super Shifter. Again, not a track class per se, but run by the racers themselves. And in this category, Super Shifters, all cars must have a clutch engaged transmission operated by the driver's foot. So that means it's pretty busy in the driver's seat. No question. One hand on the steering wheel, one hand on the shifter, 1 foot on the accelerator, and 1 foot on the clutch. So it is all hands on deck in the Super Shifter category. No pneumatics or hydraulics are allowed, and no timers or delay boxes. So it's going to happen on the strip. So Dale Posnick and Jamie Roth, first pair down in the Super Shifter category. 10-14 for the Mustang, 10-15 for the Comet. As Alf Weeb brings his 70 Buick to the line. Bit of a sleeper car. And Lynn Bruce in the 67 Camaro. In the other lane, the Lordco lane. Lynn from Port Angeles, Washington. We don't see a whole lot of U.S. racers up here yet. Lynn from Port Angeles. Border Patrol certainly only allowing double vaccinated individuals, and so it has certainly limited the number of racers who we see on a regular basis. 863 for Lynn, 156 miles an hour for the Camaro. Alf in the Buick, 1040 with a 7, 129 miles an hour. As Keith Winterbottom and Scott Winterbottom are the next pair. Scott, the Super Shifter champion for 2021, is over in the Lordco lane. Wow, torquing it up on the left front. Scott goes 946, 141. Keith goes 862 at 157 miles per hour. Brings up Will Zorick and John DePort. John's driving that 77 Camaro based out of Langley. He was a runner-up for the last 2 years, as a matter of fact. Will Zorick is in the big 62 Chevy here, tower side. And again in the Super Shifter category, 10:39 is the time for the Camaro. 128 miles an hour, 11:09 for Will Zorick. Everything here is again based on their reaction times. That's how the ladder is made for qualifying. Currently in first place, Lynn Bruce with that 0:09 reaction time. Here's two more, Alan Lougheed and Terry Hoogston. Hoogston's in that little VW, 1971 VW from Maple Ridge. Falcon from North Van goes 10:08, 115 miles an hour, 11:67 is the time for Hoogston. So that takes care of the Super Shifter category, and we now go into Canada West Doorslammers. 870 or quicker. That is what you need to run in the Doorslammer category. 870 or quicker. Your weekend sponsor. This weekend presented by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, specializing in final grade. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating cover everything for your project requirements, from land clearing, bulldozing, foundations, septic fields, and so much more. That is the weekend sponsor as our first pair gets set to head down track. That's Adam DeYoung in the 67 Chevy. Over on the Lordco side, Paul Debris Jr. in the 66 Valiant here on the Tower side. Straight line race cars from Shawnigan Lake. Sponsored also by BD Lift Trucks. That's Paul Debris Jr. In the other lane, Artex Barn Solutions, Total Dairy Systems. Wow, getting slightly out of shape. Adam having to really wrestle that car into the groove again. Paul Debris Jr. goes 841, 159. Only a 1075 for Adam, but he had his hands full working his way back into the groove, getting awfully close to the wall. Next pair, Otto Schulte in the 2005 Cavalier. No information on the driver of the yellow hot rod. Canada West Doorslammers. All cars have to have 2 operating doors. Cars must have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension, and a roof. No throttle control devices are permitted, and lane choice goes to the faster car. Oh, the yellow hot rod rolls through the staging beams. So the start are going to pull them both back so that they do get a shot. And we'll reset the tree. Everybody cooperates. Hot rod new to the category this year. We've seen him out testing on a number of occasions. So the setup of the car is such that you're really having trouble holding it on the start line. So clearly just getting it down the track. And we'll just hold up Otto Schulte until the top end is about clear. And Schulte heads down track with a 752 at 181 miles an hour. For the Cavalier, sponsored by Georgia Strait Collision, Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing. So Schulte rolls up into the number 1 spot with a 752. Remember, you got to run 870 or better to be in the program for Doorslammers. Here comes Jason Field now, Tower side. Peter Lacanis from Coquitlam in the Corvette on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Lacanis, I believe this is his first year in Canada West Doorslammers as well. So they are off, and Fields goes 822, 166 miles an hour, 877 for Peter Lacanis in the Corvette, 151 miles an hour. 5 cars have run so far. You see backing up now Brian Ritchie and Ken Orser. Ritchie from Poco in the black 68 Chevelle. Ritchie Racing Engines is the sponsor of that big block Chevy. 632 cubic inches under the hood. Brian Ritchie's car. Ken Orser from Abbotsford. That's a GTO. 2008 GTO with 598 cubic inches of Chevy power under the hood. Orser from Abbotsford, making one and only pass. So they'll roll forward. It's courtesy staging, so pre-stage on one side, wait for the pre-stage on the other side, and then drivers can roll forward. You can time out. Orser breaking loose on the start line. Tires just going up in smoke. Ryan Ritchie, though, goes 793. 793 at 173 miles an hour. Orser having problems right at the hit. Old car lit up the tires right away. So for him to clear the top end. So it looks like Derek Shirk now in his brand new car, brand new red chrome Camaro. Shirk is the owner of the Titanium Auto Group, so we want to thank him and all that company's efforts at their sponsorship here at Mission in 2022. So it certainly has made big changes for us. In the other lane, also sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, so Derek was out the first few races, making a fair number of test runs in this Titanium Racing chrome red Camaro, getting it dialed in, getting the bugs worked out of the car so that they can run in the Doorslammer category. Crew member giving some direction to get the car headed in the right groove. The faster you go, the more critical lining up the car is. And Derek is rolling into stage right about now. Looks to be clean and straight. He clocks in a 766 at 166 miles an hour. In the other lane, 988. So off the pace for Dale Jansen. Got my screens mixed up. That was not off the pace for Dale Jansen, as he is backing up on the Lordco side right now. Not sure who was in the other Titanium sponsored vehicle, but it was not a run that will get them into the program, I don't think. James Kennedy here, tower side in the blue Grand Am. And the Dale Jensen I mentioned earlier from Armstrong, he's in that copper colored Acadian. Kennedy getting the wheelie bars set, basically determining not so much to prevent the front end from coming up, but setting the wheelie bars to determine how hard to plant the tire on the start line. This car is not necessarily known for lifting the front end, but they do want to be able to plant the tire in such a way that they're taking full advantage of the traction that's there for the setup that they have. So both cars off. Jansen with a 14 reaction time. Good run for both. 772 for Kennedy at 177 miles an hour. 789 for Jansen. So Kennedy goes into the number 3 slot right now. Otto Schulte is first, and Derek Shirk is second. Schulte with a 752. Want to take first place, got to run quicker than that. As Paul Stretch and Henry Zacharias complete their burnouts and roll back. Paul Stretch over here, tower side from Duncan. He is retired, sponsored by Mid-Island Engines. Big block Chevy under the hood of that orange Cavalier, 638 cubic inches. It's a 53 vet in the other lane, Henry Zacharias, who is the main title sponsor, Winter Harbor Marina and RV for the Canada West Doorslammers. Zacharias from Surrey. Zacharias Investments, the sponsor. 762 for the vet. 762 at 172 miles an hour. 729 for Paul Stretch. So Stretch goes into the number 1 spot right now. 729 with a 3 at 188 miles an hour. So Paul Stretch, your leader. Otto Schulte in second. Henry Zacharias rolls into the 3rd spot with that 762-2. Here comes Devin Jansen and Mark Schuppinen now. Jansen from Armstrong, 70 Nova, tower side. He runs 8:57, 152 miles an hour. Schuppinen, 8:17, 167 miles an hour. So Schuppinen goes into the number 8 spot. Jansen, 11. And that's a couple of good strong burnouts from Andy Hatton and Poe Freeborn. Andy in the Grinch, the green Camaro, calls it the Grinch. I asked him, why you call it the Grinch? And I think he agreed that it was just because he likes to spoil everyone's good time. So it is the Grinch 69 Camaro and Poe Freeborn from Courtney in the 67 Slate Gray Mustang. So Andy Hatton, Poe Freeborn head down track. The Mustang gets there with a 746, 184 miles an hour. The Grinch, the Camaro, 863 at 154 miles an hour. So Poe slots into number 2 right now behind Paul Stretch and ahead of Otto Schulte. Andy Hatton, number 13, right behind Devin Jansen and just ahead of Peter Lucanis. That's going to bring up John DeYoung. We saw his son Adam in the older, more traditional styled Camaro, having his hands full with a run that took all of 1320 and more. So John DeYoung and Grant Howell. John DeYoung, strong runner in that Camaro. Grant Howell from Victoria. DeYoung goes 676. 676, 205 miles an hour. And Grant Howell, 769, 176 miles an hour. So John DeYoung goes into the number 1 spot by a lot. 676. Followed by Paul Stretch's 729, followed by Poe Freeborn's 746. Otto Schulte, 752. 5th, Henry Zacharias. Derek Shirk in 6th, and Grant Howell in 7th. James Kennedy in the 8th spot with a 772. A little bit of track preparation going to be taking place right now as we call Outlaw 275 and Limited Street to the staging lanes. We just got to do a little bit of track prep for these cars. Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, bring them up to the staging lanes. This is your call for your one qualifying session here today. Actually, I take that back. You will have other opportunities. So Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, bring them up to the staging lanes as we're doing some track prep for your runs. So John DeYoung holds down the number 1 spot in Canada West Doorslammers, presented this weekend by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Full equipment lineup, tandem trucks and pups, 5 tons, 3 tons, various sizes of excavators, all sorts of equipment and services at Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Canada West Doorslammers 2022 association sponsors include Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Artex Barn Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, VP Race Field Distributor Jason Field, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel and RV. Those are your association sponsors for Canada West Doorslammers in 2022. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Katz Wolf, we need you on the starting line. Katz Wolf, we need you on the starting line. So this is race number 8 and 9 this weekend here in the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series, along with BC Super Shifters and Super Combo and Doorslammers. So I want to welcome all of you spectators and racers here to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway as we conduct the ET Series 8 and 9. And also we want to make a special note for next race day. The next race here later on in June is going to be a big one. You're not going to want to miss it, that is for sure. We're talking about the divisional race, June 17th, 18th, and 19th. Categories are going to include Super Stock, Stock Eliminator, Super Comp, Super Gas, and Super Street, along with the Fast Runners JBS Top Sportsman and Rad Torque Top Drag Motorcycle, plus Canada West Doorslammers making an appearance for the Lucas Oil Divisional Race. That is June 17th, 18th, and 19th. We have qualifying on Friday. Qualifying and time trial starting at 9 o'clock. Saturday, June 18th, qualifying and time trial starting at 9 o'clock as well. And then eliminations on Sunday. So make sure you want to mark that in your calendars. That is the NHRA Lucas Oil Divisional Race here, June 17th, 18th, and 19th. So I mentioned a couple. We were watching the Super Combo cars and some of the other cars in even Super Pro that use a delay box, which is really just common slang to describe an on-board timer, which is a transmission brake delay timer. A trans brake, it forces the race car to remain stationary at the starting line in gear, regardless of how much engine power is applied. So it basically sets the car into forward and reverse at the same time. And when the tree is activated to start the race, the driver triggers the delay box to begin the timing. And if the driver does not interrupt that timer device, the car is launched down the racetrack the instant the timer expires. And so it's all a matter of knowing the electronics of the timer, setting it up against the Christmas tree, and then not breaking out of your dial-in. So added a whole new dimension to drag racing in the late 70s, early 80s when delay boxes were introduced. It was a controversial thing for many, many years, but has really become part of the scene, and it adds just another dimension to racing here elsewhere. I had talked earlier about the track preparation, and you can see the start line crew using the torches and the scrapers right now. As I had mentioned, that having too much rubber on the racetrack is just about as bad as having not enough rubber. What happens is with the tires being the way that they start lifting some of the rubber, and you have bald patches here and there. So it's a good idea for the start line crew to make the effort to, especially with some of the cars that we've got coming up for qualifying, like Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, where you've got high horsepower, upwards of 1,000 horsepower, in cars that have very, very small slicks or radial slicks. And so the start line becomes critical for them to get down to the 8th mile. So we do a little bit of scraping. Good time to head over to the concession stand. It's just before noon. Grab yourself a bite to eat at the Half Track Snack Shack. Check out the Pro Shop as well while you're there. By all means, look for some souvenirs, NHRA and Michelin Raceway souvenirs. Father's Day is coming up. All sorts of goodies that are available for the dad in your life at the Half Track Snack Shack and, if I'm not mistaken, the Badass Garage that are located on the property as well. Make your way through the pits and Every so often, you're going to find racers with merchandise. Great idea. We always encourage you to support them in their racing efforts by purchasing some merchandise from them. I mentioned earlier that we had a name change in terms of our sponsorship. Vancouver Car Wraps, now the category sponsor for the Super Pro category, and it may be a new name for some of you. Image Motorsports has merged with Vancouver Car Wraps, and that will be our title sponsor for the Super Pro category. And Vancouver Car Wraps' mission, just like Image Motorsports, is to be the company that consumers can rely on to handle all of their automotive vinyl installations, auto detailing, and automotive signage needs. They're not only true masters of the art in applying the vinyl graphics that you see on so many race cars, but they also have 20 years of detailing experience in the auto industry. They conduct themselves in a reliable and professional business manner while tending to all of your automotive needs. Simply stated, they possess the skill sets necessary to complete a broad range of automotive applications and creations. If you're walking through the pits or watching some of the race cars on the racing surface, you will notice Vancouver Car Wraps work their handicraft in a number of different vehicles. Their goal is to lead the industry in the development and perfection of the automotive full wrap process. PPF installation, automotive detailing, as well as decal and signage creation. They have extensive experience installing almost every type of vinyl film available, both permanent and temporary, on virtually every suitable surface, from lightly textured walls to corrugated trailers. They can expertly install all sizes of graphics, as well as complete graphic systems. Vancouver Car Wraps also has experience expertly removing old or unwanted vinyl graphics on a variety of surfaces. So if you're looking at your race car and you're thinking, boy, you know, it's looking maybe like it needs a little sprucing up. Maybe it's a little tired. Maybe you've had something for many years and it needs just a little kick up. You might want to check with the folks at Vancouver Car Wraps and head down to Unit 302, 2630 Mufford Crescent, down the road from Langley Costco and directly in behind PDR Diesel to see how they can help you out. They're open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday to Friday, so go see them for your automotive wrap and signage needs today.
The pits, attention in the pits. Justin Bond, you are being paged to the starting line. Justin Bond, we need you down to the starting line, please. Thank you.
Earlier, I was talking about how part of the Summit ET Racing Series includes all the efforts of our local racers, and that is Team on a Mission. So Sylvia was just up and gave me a bit of an update on Team on a Mission. I want to encourage all of you who are out there, racers, or to check out their Facebook page, which is Team Mission 2022. And if you're interested in going or whatever, you can sign up on the Facebook page, or you can contact Sylvia or Veronica. So that's Team Mission 2022 on Facebook. Team on a Mission, there are 4 races left to qualify. So you've got today, tomorrow, and then you've got August 20th and 21st. So only 4 races left to qualify for Team on a Mission. And you need to run at least 3 summit races to be on the team, and at least half the number of races run the ROC. So there are a number of races left, but not many. So you need to act. 4 races left to qualify today, tomorrow, August 20th and 21st. And you need to run at least 3 summit races to be on the team, and at least half the number of races run ROC. So that is the update for Team Mission 2022. Check out the Facebook page for all the details, or contact Sylvia or Veronica for more information. Always good to support local racers. Team on a Mission.
In the pits, tension in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. There is a mandatory drivers meeting at John DeYoung's trailer in 10 minutes. Canada West Doorslammers, you have a mandatory drivers meeting at John DeYoung's trailer in 10 minutes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to be calling up all approved license and test drivers. So if you have already been given the go-ahead for a license or a test hit, we're going to call you up now to lane 6. And Sportsman, we're going to have you on standby for first round of eliminations. And attention in the pits for the drivers that are entered into the box shootout, which is still set to happen later on tonight. There are a few of you that have not yet paid your entry fee. So if you are any of these drivers, Jason Gibson, Otto Schultz, Brian Ritchie, Steve Horn, or Dan Provost, please bring your $100 entry fee down to Wesley Armstrong's pit where it can be collected and you can be entered into the box shootout tonight. Thank you.
Oh, it looks like we are back into action here now with qualifying in one of the categories here, Outlaw 275. For those of you who are not familiar, these are cars that will be running especially in the Door Wars event. See a lot of Outlaw 10.5, Outlaw 275, and they usually race to the 8th mile, use a heads-up Pro tree. Tires, well, it's 275 drag radials. That's what they're using, hence the designation Outlaw 275. So you got high horsepower cars, and then you've got really small tires. So high horsepower, small tires to the 8th mile. Neil Richards here, the Cream Dream. And John. Not exactly sure who that is, but it is an Outlaw 275 car. Horsepower Solutions, a sponsor for the Edmonton-based Neil Richards here. Regular runner. We've seen Neil out at the Door Wars events many, many years. So he is over here Towers side. That's why it's called the Cream Dream. So get ready for some wild action on these guys. If they hook up that 8th mile, we're looking for ETs in the mid-4, 4.8, 4.6. That would be a great run in the category. Pre-staged, and the revs come up. Chute comes out, 4:59. 4:59 for Neil Richards on a pretty smooth pass. 4:59. And here comes Rick McLeod and Trevor Mulder. Rick McLeod from Vernon. These guys are all qualifying here. It's their first qualifying session of the day. There is another one later on. Trevor Mulder from Alberta as well. 90 Ford Mustang. For many, many years in the 8th mile category, the Mustang body was body of choice. You see Rick McLeod purging the nitrous in the system, getting all the air out of the pipes. You want the nitrous as close to the solenoids as possible. There's an ongoing debate. I've watched videos. Some say you have to purge, some say you don't have to purge. Oh, and Trevor rolls through the beams. So no time for Trevor as he rolled through the beams. No tree activated. 472 for Rick McLeod, though. 142 miles an hour. 472. Trevor will have to come back and make another pass. So Mandy Brooks and Kurt Thompson now. Kurt Thompson, seen photos of this car lifting the front end sky high in that orange and black Camaro. Sponsored by Milron Trucking and Black Sheep Industries. From Sturgeon, Alberta. That's Kurt Thompson in the Camaro. 400 cubic inches onto the hood. Mandy Brooks from Chilliwack over in the 69 Yanko. And WH Trucking. Attention in the pit, Sportsman. Sportsman, we need you to the rear of staging. We need you to the rear of staging. You're to be laddered. Sportsman, bring them up. This is your call. First round, eliminations. Kurt Thompson, 4:54, 161 miles an hour in the 8th mile. Mandy Brooks, 5:85, 119. Hey, just want to let all of you race fans know we've got the Mayor of Mission down on the start line. That's right, the Mayor of Mission is down on the start line, big supporter of racing here at Mission Raceway, and so that is a great thing indeed. Mayor of Mission, he is a big fan. Some would say this is his favorite class, Outlaw 275. So greetings to the Mayor. Good to have you out. So just backing up now is Jordan Brandon. Brandon's from Lethbridge. A lot of Alberta cars out for this category. So Turbo's coming up and they bump into stage and head down. Jordan goes 496, pulls the laundry, 144 miles an hour. Christopher Gould now and J.R. Lazick. So 63 Nova for J.R. Lazick over in the Lordco lane from Kelowna. Small block Chevy under the hood, 500 cubic inches. Christopher Gould over here in the Mustang with 388 cubic inches. Sponsored by CT Automotive and Diesel Engine Repair. It is a humid day out there, and you can certainly tell that when they purge the nitrous. The bigger the cloud, the nitrous, the more humidity is out there. That's how that reads. So my little walk to the half-track snack shack, yeah, told me it was pretty humid, and that nitrous purge confirms that. Lazick getting the air out of the system, building pressure in the pipes. Gould pre-staged, waiting for Lazick. They're both breaking the first beam. They roll forward a few more inches, and they are going to be set to go. Tires breaking loose for Lazick. Gould not getting a great launch either, but put his foot back in it, ran a 5:03, 137 miles an hour, 890 for Lazick. Won't be happy with that. We'll go back and make some adjustments for his next qualifying session. Here is Dan Rodrigue now and Larry Yampolsky. Larry from Langley, sponsored by J&S, KR Auto, and Diversified. Driving that blue Malibu. Also got a shout out to K&R Auto Clinic. Dan Rodrigue, Ken Specialty Automotive, Goat Performance, Fortin's Auto Supply, Masco Collision, and Choice Mechanical. He's over here in the Boo 1981 Malibu. Wow, wheels up for Daniel. He was on a charge. 460, 156 miles an hour. Wow. Larry Yampolsky, 584, 129 miles an hour. However, boy, that was a great launch for Daniel. And Justin Gallant now from Chilliwack. 1984 Ford Mustang. Once again, while it's quiet, Sportsman, you should be at the rear of staging to be laddered. Sportsman, we've made that call. You should be at the rear of staging to be laddered.
Less than optimal run there for Justin Gallant. 1 second on the reaction time and only went 68 miles an hour at a 10.2 second time. That is very abnormal for Outlaw 275.
Yeah, not one for the record books. No. They'll have another session later on today. And obviously, we'll be making some adjustments. So, Jay Sievertson from Mission, JS Power Sports, of course, Jay's company, 65 Chevelle. Once again, small tire, heading down to the 8th mile, 642. 642, 109 miles an hour.
You seldom see an ET that beats a reaction time, but first time for everything. 6.4 seconds was the ET, 6.7 was the reaction time. So work to be done on the start line.
Yeah, there you go. Work to be done. Well put.
So going to be rolling out of Outlaw 275 and into Limited Street. This class also running exclusively to the 8th mile this weekend. And we'll kick it off with Doug Copendale in the 19-1 Fox body going up against Jason Graw. You can sort of see another pair of Fox bodies over in the water box. Fox bodies in this limited street category and in X275, a very, very popular model of car. Wheels up for Jason Graw, gets them back down before the 60-foot, and Graw will get there first. 5.968 at 115 miles an hour. Copendale, 7.131 at 100 miles an hour. That brings up Justin Gibson, a regular runner here from Mission, comes out of Surrey, going up against Chris McGraham. Now, Gibson is a very frequent driver, not just in this class, but usually he's running either in, I believe, in Pro when he's not running over in X275 or in this case, Limited Street. wheel spin for both drivers. Chris McGraham in particular having a hard time getting the car to hook up, but we'll try to power through anyway. Goes 7.5 at 110 miles an hour. Justin Gibson looks like he has shut off and pulls over to the left. So not a run for him to remember, but he has qualified. He will be on the ladder for later tonight. That brings up Rob Monroe in the 1969 Acadian going up against Pat Hearn. Both racers racing out of BC. Hearn breaking out the Angry Bird Racing Mustang. Monroe kicks the wheels up. But Pat Hearn was really running them down. 6.679 in the 116 compared to Monroe's 6.4 at 106 miles an hour. So I believe that will wrap up Limited Street for their first and only qualifying hit so far. And that's going to roll us over to do a couple of both licensing and test hits that, of course, have been approved to run before we get into the first round of eliminations on the weekend.
$895 at 160 miles an hour. We were thinking that might be Chris Stone in that car. Not sure. Nonetheless, 55 goes 895, 160 miles per hour. So these are, we had 3 test runs that were approved, and that's what we're seeing right now. So not sure what happened there. He obviously left well before the car was, or the tree was activated. So
He didn't even stage the car.
no.
But I guess that's what test hits are for. They're for figuring out all the little kinks and everything like that. Just getting some practice in.
So I want to thank all of you race fans for joining us here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Our sponsorship from the Titanium Auto Group. And this is the NHRA Summit ET Series race number 8, along with the West Coast Outlaws race number 1, which will be taking place later on this evening. So a lot of the cars that you will see, the 8th mile cars, that race will be occurring later on this evening. We do have all of the ET bracket cars that will be racing here today in race number 8, collecting points to head back to Team on a Mission. You want to check Team Mission 2022 if you're interested in going. So contact Sylvia or Veronica or go on Team Mission 2022. 4 races left to qualify today, tomorrow, and then August 20th and 21st. So here we go with Sportsman. First category on the docket for eliminations. 2 cars come to the line, 1 car moves on, 1 car goes on a trailer or goes home, one or the other. Sportsman category is 12 seconds and slower. No electronics allowed on the cars, and we kick things off with Scarlett Morin. If you've seen a lot of the junior dragsters out here, that's the Morin Motorsports family, and this is Mom, Scarlett Morin. Total Dairy Solutions and Tires Plus sponsorship. Sydney Jung in the other lane from Surrey. 96 Camaro. Handicap start going to the Camaro. 1425, the slower of the 2 cars. The Scarlett 1290. You can see that on the reader board at the top end. Wow, Sydney goes red in an effort to get as much of that handicap as possible, but she goes red. Win light to the Malibu. Scarlett Morin, who will go through the top end with a 1309, 103 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for first round of eliminations. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for first round of eliminations.
On the start line, Sylvia Hoogs, Joanna Robello. Sylvia driving the blue Mustang. Joanna, the 86 Corvette. Handicap start went to the Corvette. Dialed in at 14:44. Sylvia 12:55. Corvette will try to stay out in front. Does not. Sylvia gets around on a double breakout. 12:51.4 on a 12:55, but Sylvia was closer to her dial-in time of 12:55. Runs 104 miles an hour in the Mustang to advance into round number 2. Here is Randy Hermsen and Eric Hansen. Hermsen, the school bus driver from Mission in the 58 black Oldsmobile, and Hansen from North Vancouver, where he is a technician. Handicap going to the Oldsmobile, but it's not much of a handicap. They both leave clean and green on the start line, so who will be better with the shoe polish at the top end? Wind light comes on for Eric Hansen, 13:21. 99 miles an hour. So Eric dialed in at 13:11, ran a 13:21, and managed to move on to round number 2. It's the Pacer versus the S10 pickup. Jim Mantle and Devin Dickey. Dial in for the Pacer is 14:63, so you see the handicap start there, as Devin in the pickup is in hot pursuit. A lot of it happens on the start line. Will the reaction times play into this? They do not. Devin had a double 02 reaction, but was further off his dial-in. 13:32 ran to 13:52, whereas Jim Mantle, reaction time, not so hot, but he was closer to his dial-in. Ran a 14:71 at 89 miles an hour. Which brings up veteran Bill Wells and Tyler Dobson. Tyler, one of the younger competitors, made it up through the junior street ranks. Both cars go red, but the closest to the green light was Bill Wells. So he picks up the win, goes 12:83, 108 miles per hour. What is it that they say about old age and treachery beats youth and something, blah, blah, blah? I don't know, but in any case, Bill Wells pulled out the win on that one. Kai Jessamine and Neil Smith now. Smith sponsored by Peden Industries in that pickup. 69 GMC, but it's got a 383 cubic inch Chevy small block under the hood. Kai over here at 12:18. Handicap going to the pickup, but Kai not patient enough. The Monte Carlo goes red. He's racing down there, but Neil Smith sees the wind light on his side of the racetrack. He goes 12:87, 101 miles per hour. Steve Baskerville now and Carson Barlow. Carson, he is your Sportsman champion, track champion from 2021 in that C10 pickup. 13:66 is the dial-in against the Baskerville dial-in of 13:94. So the Golf leaves first, but it's not by much. And he spun the tires. So it looks like that pickup is going to be, will he get there? Win light goes to the Golf. Steve Baskerville manages to hang on for the win. Runs a 14:04, 97 miles an hour. And here comes Emma Siddon and Colin Moore. Now, Emma's in the Dodge Dakota here on the Tower side. Another one of the youth that made it through the junior street program. high revving 63 Ford, 302 cubic inches, is in hot pursuit of that pickup and manages to get around that handicap start with a 14:32 at 87 miles an hour. So Colin Moore from Chilliwack go on to the next round. And that is going to be the end of Sportsman. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket will be coming up momentarily. First, we've got a checkout run. Hang on to your seats, hang on to your hats. This is a supercharged car. Pontiac GTO. Oops.
Spoke too soon.
It's a licensing run. But yeah, it's a great looking car. When I was walking in the pits, they fired it up just as I was around that pit area. And I thought, oh, what's that all about? Looks like they'll have some work to do before they complete that licensing pass. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Peden Industries Junior Dragster. We need you to the lanes, please, for first round of eliminations. Junior Dragsters. Lightning to lane 2. Thunder to lane 1.
So with Sportsman out of first round of eliminations, we get set to roll into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket for their first round. Now, there's more than 16 cars. It is a randomized first round, and there is very much more than 16 cars. So it will be a randomized first round for the Pro Bracket category, and in fact, the only class so far today to be on a random first round, as opposed to everybody else who is on a ladder. So rolling over into the staging lanes, the water box, you'll have Lorenz Schwartz over there, Lordco side, seemingly fixed up his old machine that broke on his first outing of the season, on its very first pass of the season as well. So the repaired Monte Carlo going to be going up against the new Magoo Camaro, driven by Rick McKinney. See what that titanium and Bubba Speed Shop machine will be able to do to Lordco side. 10:39 to a 10:38. This is, for all intents and purposes, going to be a heads-up race.
You know, I know that Lorenz doesn't seem to like too many stickers on his car, but being sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, you got to talk to him about getting a sticker on there. Red light start for Rick McKinney. Wheels up launch as usual, but it went 004 red in the process. So Lorenz Schwartz back for the first time after a couple of weeks off, and yeah, he gets to advance 10:34, 130 miles an hour.
That brings up Nick Ribello and the MFB Industries machine going up against Jim Banky's Barracuda, the Rad Torque Cuda, and the wheel standing Cuda at that. As he got those wheels up nice and high towards the 8th mile, Benke still chasing Rebello down. Got the advantage on the tree, and that will equal a victory out at the top end.
Yeah, I talked to Jim in the pits, and when he broke the rear end, that took out the transmission. He had a lot of work to do.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Sounds expensive.
So he's working to keep the car in the 10s, obviously. It's not licensed to run in the 9s, even though he can do it. And he's been adding weight to the car to slow it down, and it still wants to keep moving faster, although the air today has, he said, made it seem sluggish.
Brings up Richard Spencer in the Alberni Auto Group Challenger, going against Dennis Winton's Shaggy Bel Air. And it's a red light start for Spencer. Was doing a whole lot of testing over the week, especially on Thursday. But he'll get knocked out in first round of eliminations, and Dennis Winton will move on. It's a shame. It's a nice challenger.
Yeah, you know, like we always say, it's not about how fast you're going, it's how consistent you can be. You got to do the same thing on the Christmas tree every time. You got to get as close to that dial in as possible. You got to know your car, and you can't outthink yourself.
Kevin McCauley in the old school Cutlass will get the handicap start by about 1.7 seconds over Ross Walker's Chevy 2. This race has a couple of green bulbs. Walker is closing. Oh, and Kevin McCauley breaks out by just 1,000. 1189 with a 9 on the 1190 dial, but it wouldn't have mattered because Walker got there 200ths ahead of him. That race was won on the tree.
Yeah, Kevin took a break, you know, and he came back after some time, but he's been really consistent, although that time it just didn't pay off. I mean, he is also looking at getting into a different car. Bought a Chevy 2 wagon, so we'll have to see what's happening there.
Kim Cornish goes red Lordco side, handing Dave Jung a very easy victory, so we will not be seeing that Stang 2 out for another hit tonight. But hey, there is always tomorrow's race as well. Bring up James Dobson in the Ron's Engine Camaro. They'll be up against Brian Vader. There will be about half a second separating these two on the tree. That's about 1 bulb's worth.
I always like to, I got to go in the pits and ask James, you know, is that green or is that chartreuse? Because some people don't like green on their car. Chartreuse might be fine.
Well, it certainly looks good. We'll see if that heads-up start pays off for him, though. At the line, he breaks out. 10.60 on the 1062 dial. Brian Vader will be moving on, and once again, James Dobson will go to the hauler on his own mistake. Kevin Garlock, well, his problems have not been solved. He did get in after he broke on his one and only qualifying pass. It was a random first round, so you didn't really have to be laddered, so you could get away with it. But his car just broke on the starting line, making this now a competition single. Eric Stone gets a freebie. You know, it's such a shame. I mean, that's a nice looking car, and that was doing a lot of testing on Thursday as well, and that car has some serious potential, but just couldn't put it together for race day, it would seem. So here is last year's champion and last year's runner-up, Craig Johnson, trying to defend a crown this year. Chris Stone trying to steal it away. The Malibu wagon will leave first compared to the Stone Cold Racing Dodge. Two green lights. We rocket down towards that quarter mile, and Chris Stone gets around him. It was a 006 light to an 017. Chris Stone, however, was just that much better up at the quarter mile, and he'll move on to round 2. So here's Veronica Hodgson, dialed in at 12:46 in the 1969 Dodge Dart, dialed up against Russ Duton's SWB engines and Island Ropes Dart. So a pair of darts going up against one another, but one of them has got a pretty big wing on the rear end. Oh, and that was a nasty red light for us. 1 second red on the tree. You don't see that very often, but that hands Veronica Hodgson a very easy victory. Talk about a huge error. That's got to be one of the biggest red lights we have seen so far all season long in elimination competition. So I believe this is going to be our final hit. And it will be a bye. Mal Patterson in the malfunction Acadian. Lifting the wheels on that car. That's also sponsored by Albion Tireland. 121 on the tree, dialed in at a 1032. Does break out, but hey, that doesn't matter so much. So they do seem to have gotten the issue sorted, but because this car broke on the starting line in eliminations, he is not going to be put on the ladder. Kevin Garlock will only be making consolation test hits. I think it's only fair considering he's tried to start twice and both times has not had very much success, but still not going to get on that elimination ladder. But that will wrap it up for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket for their first round of eliminations. And Garlock will put together a full pass, this time 9:39 at 137 miles an hour, but such a shame it couldn't have been an official competition there.
Yes, it is one of those things. You know, we don't race them on paper. We race them on the track, and all sorts of things can get in the way of you making that run all the way down. Hey, now we're getting set for Peden Industries Junior Dragster. We always talk about how this is sort of like the beginners, but they take this racing every bit as seriously as every other pro racer on the property. The NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League offers kids ages 5 to 17 the opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing in a controlled environment. Many of today's Camping World professional competitors actually got their start in junior dragsters. People like Erica Enders, Sean Langdon, J.R. Todd, Leah Pruitt, just to name a few. And even here at Mission Raceway, we see a lot of young racers in the Sportsman categories now that got their start in junior dragsters or junior street. The competitors race junior dragsters that are half-scale versions of Top Fuel dragsters. They use a 5-horsepower single-cylinder engine, and a junior dragster can go as fast as 85 miles an hour or as quick as 790 in the 8th mile. Now, younger competitors are restricted to slower times and speeds, so we'll see people who are as young as 5 or 6, and their times will be around 14 seconds in the 8th mile, maybe at about 40 miles an hour. And as they get older, 9, 10, 11, we'll see those times and speeds increase. You know, the starting cost of a new basic, and I mean very basic junior dragster, is about $6,000. You can get a car that inexpensively. However, it may not go 0 to 85 miles an hour right away. So you're looking at a significant amount of investment to build that junior dragster into a competitive car that runs the 8th mile in times that are, as I say, competitive. On top of that, you'll probably be spending a little bit on, as you can see in front of the tower, a golf cart, some sort of a tow vehicle. That's going to cost some money as well. So by the time it's all said and done, well, you're probably looking at around $10,000 to $15,000. Still, it is hard to put a price on family time. So here we go with the NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League in 2022. It has been quite, because we have seen upwards of 20 junior dragsters on the property on some of the weekends, and that is absolutely spectacular. We got 12 here today that are in the Thunder category. This is the category for drivers 5 to 12 years of age. Burnouts complete for our first pair. Emily White, Lordco Lane. Sponsored by Pioneer Truck, Lordco TNT. Emily is from Mission, dialed in at 9:13. Adam Katnick over here, Tower Side, TK Performance. Adam is dialed in at 9:02. So, Adam, the black dragster, is the quicker of the two. Emily will get about a 1/10 of a second handicap start on the Christmas tree. She'll need to maximize all of that reaction time and make sure that she does not run quicker than the time on the reader board at the top end of the quarter mile, 9:13. She cannot go quicker than that. Adam can't go quicker than 9:02, and they are off and charging to the 8th mile. Both of them with green lights, win light for Adam Katnick. 0:06 reaction time for Adam. So he picks up the win, runs a 9:07 at 70 miles an hour. Adam Katnick, your first winner in the Junior Thunder category, as we bring up the next pair, Alex Green and Hunter Thompson. Alex Green last year was in a junior dragster that was mostly orange, but he's part of the Green Brothers Racing. And I kept saying, you got to get that car painted. So they let Alex look at all the greens, and that's the green that Alex picked. So 2021, it was sort of a year where he got to make his mark, winning Junior Thunder at Door Wars 9. He won Junior Thunder at the JBS Junior Shootout, and we're runner-up at the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event. That's Alex Green over there on the Lordco side. Hunter Thompson, new to the category this year. He's dialed in at 1340. Alex Green, a little younger, 1408. So the green dragster gets the handicap start, leaves first. Alex is pre-staged, waiting for Hunter to break the initial pre-stage beams. There they go. They're both pre-staged. They have another 8 inches to roll forward before the tree will be activated. Everybody's clean and green. Both of them younger, and so you can see how the dragsters are tuned so that they will run slower. Wind light comes on for Alex Green, 1431 on a 1408 dial. So Alex Green goes 43 miles an hour to pick up the win, closer to his reaction time. Here comes Hunter Gallant and McKenna Thompson. McKenna also new to the category. Hunter Gallant picking up his race car. You know, over the winter break, that car was in for a tune-up at the Rodriguez shop. They were doing some maintenance. That's at least what Hunter Gallant thought. When he went to pick up the car with mom and dad, there it was, all freshly painted with some nice flames on the dragster. Compliments of Daniel and Daryl Tippy. So Hunter, BMW chassis sponsored by PDL Auto, Super Steve Tires, dialed in at 1197. Getting the handicap over McKenna Thompson. McKenna, 1052. So win light comes on for Hunter as McKenna goes red. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're making the call for Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Next pair is Ashton Katnick and Cadence Rodriguez. Cadence from Chilliwack, sponsored by Milron Truck and Body, and Ashton, once again, sponsored by TK Performance. Handicap start will be going to the black dragster here on the tower side. Win light comes on for Cadence Rodriguez, goes 12:05. Had a great reaction time of 003. 53 miles an hour for Cadence. And Connor Jackson, April Bond. Next up, Connor Jackson from Abbotsford. April from Mission. Dad Justin doing the fine-tuning. Justin Bond is one of those dads who cannot stay out of any vehicle, fast or slow. Helps the kids with their junior dragsters. Drives a pro mod on the NHRA Camping World Series. Has a super pro dragster here that he's racing today. And when he's not in any of those, he's driving one of the tractors on the racing surface. Just can't keep the man away from anything that moves. April Bond, his daughter, over on the Lordco side. Dialed in 10-5. So Connor Jackson over here tower side from Abbotsford, dialed in at 10:55. It'll be April leaving first by about 3/10. It's going to be close, and it's going to be decided at the 8th mile stripe. Who is closest to the dial-in? It will be April. Had the better reaction time. She dialed in at 10:85, runs 10:88 with an 8. So April Bond, one of two Bond junior dragsters, advancing into the next round. Here comes Nick Bond in the same lane. Nick Bond dialed in at 9 flat. Wesley Armstrong over here, tower side, 13.95. Every so often you see one of these big handicap starts, and that is tough on everybody. The one with the slower elapsed time is always wanting to take advantage of every bit of the Christmas tree. Potential for a red light there, and Nick Bond having to sit patiently waiting for his green light. Every opportunity for a red light there. So patience is the key here. And hitting that tree as soon as that last amber is going out. If you see the green come on, chances are you're too late. Wesley Armstrong, Nick Bond, Chilliwack, and Mission. They're pre-staged. Wesley's in. Nick is in. Here comes the tree. Big handicap start, but they are both clean and green. Nick Bond in hot pursuit of Wesley Armstrong. Will he get to the 8th mile on time? He does. Nick Bond picks up the win, goes 9:06 on a 9 flat dial. 70 miles an hour for Nick Bond, so he will advance. So both the Bond family members advancing into the next round. As we get set for Lightning. The quicker category now. Ciel Gagnon here on the tower side. We go from 9s and 14s to a lot of 8s and 7s. Second runs, I mean. So Ciel Gagnon here, Big Kids Racing from Qualicum Beach. Top Fuel Harley rider Nate Gagnon, her dad, directing her into the stage beams. Nick was here on his Top Fuel Harley last race. Had a couple of great runs, almost 200 miles an hour. Actually, one was over 200 on that Harley. Abigail White in the other lane, 8:02, so not much of a handicap difference between these two in the Lightning category. Abigail from Mission. She will leave by just a fraction of a second ahead of Ciel, and Ciel turns the light red. Just too anxious to get out in front. 8:04 on an 8:02 dial, so Abigail White picks up the win, advancing into the next round. And Abigail runs 81 miles per hour. Yes, brand new wrap on Colton Morin's brand new dragster. It's a 2022 Mike Boss chassis junior dragster. Was, as Nolan said earlier, was all white last race. Now it's all wrapped. Colton Morin dialed in at 790 against Dee Dee Stanley's Eclipse Transport sponsored junior dragster in at a 925. So you'll see the junior dragster on the TCS side leave first. Colton Morin will be the one sitting patiently on the start line, waiting for the green light. Hard not to watch the competition, but you gotta watch the tree. You gotta be mindful of what's happening on the Christmas tree, not so much what your competition is doing.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to the back of staging to be laddered for first round of eliminations. Hot Rod, we need you to the back of staging to be laddered for first round of eliminations.
So they're off, and the win light comes on for Dee Dee Stanley. 0:06 reaction time. So on the money, on the tree. Colton Morin, not shabby, but the win light comes on for Dee Dee Stanley, who runs a 926, 70 miles an hour. Brings up our next pair, Emma Debris Coos and Aiden Katnick. Katnick, part of a 3-car team over here, tower side. TK Performance again. Emma Debris Coos, her dad, racing in the Canada West Doorslammers in his Valiant. They're from Shawnigan Lake, sponsored by B&D Lift Track Services, Straight Line Race Cars. 9:07 is the dial-in time for Emma. So Emma will leave ahead of Aiden Katnick, who's dialed in at 790. They're staged. Here comes the tree. Emma is off with Aiden in hot pursuit. At the stripe, the win light comes on for Aiden. Wow, Emma had a great reaction time of 0:09, but not able to run the dial in. Was way off at 968, whereas Aiden at 790 ran 8:02 at 76 miles an hour for the win. Here comes Lincoln Shirk in his freshly wrapped Titanium Auto Group sponsored, Rad Torque sponsored, JS Motorsports sponsored junior dragster. And Lexi Winterbottom, Bowtie Ventures, Hobo Racing, providing support for Lexi. 827 is the dial in for Lexi, 826 for Lincoln, 1/100th of a second difference on the tree. May as well call that heads up. 1/100th of a second. Win light for Lincoln Shirk. Langley driver going on to the next round with an 8:31 at 78 miles an hour.
And while we have this downtime in the action, Justin Bond, your class is about to run, and we do not have you in the staging lane. So, Justin Bond, we need you in the staging lanes ASAP. Your class is about to run.
So just looking at the feed that's going on YouTube right now, and one of the wonderful things that has been implemented here at Mission Raceway has been the live streaming of every race on MRP, Lordco TV. That is the YouTube website you want to go. Sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. All of our races are broadcast live. I just saw them working with an instant replay. While we have regular streaming that happens for the larger events like Door Wars that's coming up, they will have a lot more instant replay action that you'll be able to follow along. It's a spectacular video feed. I want to send a big shout out, a big thanks to the Valley Tech folks for all the hard work that they do. It is stellar work, that is for sure. So if you aren't able to join us here, you can certainly watch it at home. And even if you were here and you want to see it all over again, there's a growing library of races that are at MRP Lordco TV.
They always used to have that 24-hour camera that they had positioned up under that Lordco bridge, but it was never really the same, right? Because you didn't have car audio, you didn't have announcer audio, you didn't have replays, you didn't have timing overlays telling you who won or who the drivers even were. You didn't even see the race. You just saw the burnout box, and that was about it.
That is about it. You maybe you were able to read the reader board signs at the end, but yeah, with the new feed, I mean, all the racer info is on the side of the screen, along with the elapsed times, reaction times, and mile per hour. So it's a great broadcast if you're not able to make it out here. But by all means, we love to see you here. So doing a little bit of track preparation in anticipation of Super Pro category.
Next class up to be run will be the Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro category for first round of eliminations, and I believe after that will be in Hot Rod. And if you're in Hot Rod, you have been called to the lanes, to the back of staging, I should say, to be laddered. So Hot Rod, you should already be at the back of staging to be laddered. And I believe that will make motorcycles on standby for the time being. So first round of eliminations for Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. John Braining dialed in the 920 in the Camaro. Going up against Jen Christensen in the Nova, dialed in at 865 out of Langley. Wheels up for Braining as we start to run down towards that quarter mile. Jen Christensen trying to get in front and does get around for the win. Braining also breaks out, goes 916 with a 2 on a 920 dial. And that will bring up Stephen Robert in the Innovative Pressure System Roadster, dialed in at 898. Will be leaving first in comparison to Martin Rochelle's Malibu, dialed in at a 1015. So the Roadster chasing down the Malibu. Rochelle still out in front at the 1,000th foot and stays out in front at the quarter. Robert goes under the dial in by some margin, 897 on the 898 dial, so 0.005 of a second breakout. That brings up Richard Love and Jason Gibson. Love's SS Motorsports S10 leaves first. Gibson's got to be patient in the Mustang. And problems for Jason Gibson will hand Richard Love a victory.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Junior Street. Junior Street. Bring him up. Lane 6, please. And Motorcycle. Motorcycle. We need you to the lanes as well.
Craig Johnson has already bumped into the pre-stage beams of the Johnson's Custom Exhaust Malibu wagon. Dialed in at 1081. Kelly Voss will be trying to match that in the 897 hardtail dragster. And, well, Kelly Voss caught sleeping on the line. 2.8 second reaction time. Craig Johnson wins that one handsomely. And that will bring up Vince Smith in the 1969 Camaro out of Courtney. Going up against current defending champion Mike Robinson in the JBS JS Power Sports 9027 Roadster.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to call Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, we're going to call you to lanes 5 and 6.
Vince Smith got out of the groove, and that car wriggled around a little bit before the 330 mark, was able to get his foot back in it, but unfortunately at that point the damage was done. Mike Robinson will move on to round number 2. Bring up Justin Bond's Roadster going up against Dan Parsons. Bond will have to be patient. Parsons will be leaving almost 4 seconds earlier. Parsons making use of that throttle stop for the Super Street Index. Justin Bond in hot pursuit, trying to charge down the Duster. Dan Parsons breaks out, and Justin Bond moves on. 062 on the tree, and ran a 703 with a 7 on the 703 dial. Great pass for the dragster.
Yeah, dead on the dial, 703 with a 7. So Justin Bond, man on a mission. Every day he's at the racetrack, it seems.
So as John Jenkins gets the free bye into round 2, want to make the call for Jessica Armstrong to visit Dave Strell at the head of staging. Jessica Armstrong, you are needed in the staging lanes. That'll wrap up Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro first round of eliminations. We will roll into first round of Hot Rod. And we'll kick things off here with the 1958 Oldsmobile, driven by Randy Hermsen, going up against Rob Monroe Sr. in the Model A. And it would appear that Jenkins's old pickup truck, well, left some undesirable materials down on the racing surface. So we will be down for a few minutes just to make sure that is all cleaned up and ready to go for our hot rod eliminations. Hermsen will be leading first by some margin, 13:54 to the 896 dialed in by Monroe's Model A.
Yeah, so John Jenkins having sort of a testing beginning of the year for his new race vehicle, that yellow pickup. First race out, he took out some engine parts and had to use a substitute car for the follow-up race. Brought the truck out again, and it did more internal damage, and now he looks like he might have something a little bit loose in the engine compartment that deposited a little bit of something on the racetrack. We're not rolling heavy vehicles, and that's always a good sign. So we just might be down for a minute or two here while they make sure that there is nothing slippery for the hot rod racers to get into. Hot rod, a class that is basically 750 and slower, but even at 750, that's still pretty quick. And the vehicles are 69 or older, and so certainly the 1958 Oldsmobile of Randy Hermsen and the 1931 Model A of Rob Monroe Sr., they qualify for that age. I was looking up some stuff on Randy Hermsen. He's driving that Oldsmobile, right? He has been a fixture here at Mission for a good number of years, a regular runner at the track. He basically lives only 5 minutes away, and he runs around 1320, 1340, and 140 104, 105, and it has been that way since he first introduced that car a good number of years ago. He is easily one of the highlight winners from Mission Raceway's late season Race of Champions event that happened last September. And it was a victory by Randy's 58 Oldsmobile ET car. The Hot Rod class Race of Champions title was his first in that car last year. And while the Hot Rod win was Randy's first title, his car's trophy collection is actually massive, including a points championship back in 2014 at Mission with the same flat black timeless machine. So he is a regular runner here at Mission. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box and no box. Can we get you to head up to the back of staging, please? Box and no box. Please come on up to the back of staging. And please try to stay out of the way of lanes 5 and 6, where Canada West Doorslammers are assembling. Racing this weekend is the NHRA Summit ET Series races 8 and 9. 8 today, 9 tomorrow, along with the West Coast Outlaw Series race number 1. Coming up in a couple of weeks, though, here at Mission Raceway, June 17th, 18th, and 19th, is the NHRA Lucas Oil Divisional Race. This is one of a series of events held in each of the 7 divisions scheduled across Canada and the United States. 6 events in each of the 7 NHRA race divisions, where drivers in the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series earn points leading to the divisional, regional, and national championships, as well as a chance at a share of the year-end purse of more than $500,000. Categories racing here at Mission that weekend, 17th, 18th, and 19th, will include Super Stock, Stock Eliminator, Super Comp, Super Gas, and Super Street, along with the JBS Top Sportsman and Rad Torque Top Dragster, motorcycle, as well as Canada West Doorslammer. So lots of hot and heavy racing activity the weekend of June 17th, 18th, and 19th. We invite you all to join us. Friday qualifying time trials start at 9 a.m. Saturday time trials and qualifying 9 a.m. as well. And Sunday eliminations start at 9 a.m. So we hope you can join us for the NHRA Lucas Oil Divisional here at Mission Raceway, June 17th, 18th, and 19th at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So we're going to pick things up now as we get into the hot rod category. Round number 1 for hot rod. And first pair is going to be Randy Hermson and Rob Monroe Sr. So Randy Hermson, talked about him, stonecutter from Mission in the 58 Oldsmobile with a dial-in of 1354. You can see the dial-ins on the top end. And on the reader boards, we print out the handicap, so everybody's dial-in is up there, and you can see that Rob Monroe in the 31 Model A has an 896. So it's going to be a considerable handicap start here that Randy is going to have, and Randy's going to have to try and stay out in front. Rob is going to have to practice patience as he awaits that green light, watching Randy go further and further down the track. Well, they both red light, and the True Start system automatically takes into account who is closer with the lesser red light, and that's Randy Hermson. 13:54 with an 898 miles an hour. So both of them going red, but the one that's closest to the green, well, that was Randy, who picks up that first round win. Goes on to the next round. Martin Jackman now coming up in his 64 Chevelle. 13:04 is the dial for that Mission runner. And Paul Carr in the Mercury Comet. 63 Mercury Comet dialed in at 11:10. So here again, the tower side will be getting the handicap start. So the handicap will go to the station wagon that's dialed in at 13:04. 11:10 for Paul Carr. Rosedale, BC is home for Paul. This is going to be decided at the top end. Who is closer to the dial? It will be Martin Jackman. 12.99 flat. It's closer to 13:04 than is 11:04 on 11:10. So Martin Jackman takes the station wagon. Into the next round. Speaking of station wagon, here's the Bel Air wagon of Dennis Winton. Up against your 2021 Hot Rod champion, Rob Hodgson. Hodgson dialed in at 1086. The wagon, 1187. So, yes, you guessed it. The wagon gets the head start. Win light comes on for Dennis Winton. Taking out Rob Hodgson, goes 1188, 111 miles per hour. Hodgson goes 1088 on a 1086. Dennis Winton a little better on the reaction time. Glenn Fillingham now and Veronica Hodgson. Rob out of the picture. The Hodgson family relying on Veronica to advance into the next round. Everybody's green here. Veronica getting a 4/10 handicap start. Will she stay out in front? Does so. 12:54 on a 12:52. Dial in 106 miles per hour and margin of victory 63 ten-thousandths of a second. So Dustin Hunter and Larry Rodenizer. Langley, BC for Larry Rodenizer. Will the big yellow machine get it? No. Dustin Hunter takes the Ford Falcon to the win. 919, 141 miles an hour. So Dustin Hunter moves on into the next round. Chilliwack runner takes the 64 Ford over to round number 2. 14 cars in the hot rod category today as Daryl Tippy and Martin Dykstra move up. Dykstra in the 27 Ford Roadster, Emco Waterworks, IPEX Incorporated, and All-Quip Diesel sponsoring the Roadster as Daryl Tippy gets the handicap start but goes red in the process. So Daryl Tippy turning on the red light. Win light goes to Martin Dykstra. Runs a 950 at 135 miles per hour. Here is Jim Benke now in the Rad Torque Barracuda. Up against Sylvia Hoogston in the Mustang. So the win light comes on for Sylvia Hoogston as Jim Benke, just having trouble sorting out the car today with the conditions, ran a 10:08, which was too quick. Ran quicker than his dial of 10:10. So Sylvia advances into the next round of Hot Rod. That will be round number 2 as we are now done with the Hot Rod category. That's going to take us into Junior Street. It's interesting what's happened with Junior Street. We had for the last couple of years, we have had upwards of a half a dozen, 6 or 8 Junior Street racers. A lot of the ones who were in that category have now moved up into Sportsman and so forth. So we're starting over from scratch with only one Junior Street racer for the past couple of races.
Now, Bo Dickey was at one point the lone competitor for the first couple of races this year, but as you mentioned, he actually graduated to the Sportsman category. So I believe it was actually at the CMDRA Drags just a week ago, they didn't even have a junior street category.
Yeah, that's right. Lots of junior dragsters, not many in the junior street category. All these things being somewhat cyclical, I expect that'll change. So Tyler Smith runs through with an 11:26 to the 8th mile, 62 miles an hour. That's the junior street category. I see motorcycles coming up next.
So rolling into first round of eliminations for motorcycles, which will double up as their semi-final round, as there's only going to be 4 bikes in competition. Started off with Wild Bill and Jody Brickwood. Brickwood is dialed in at 10 seconds flat. He will be leaving almost a full second ahead of Wild Bill in the Wild Racing Kawasaki. So a pair of Kawasaki's, one from 1988, one from 1978. Brickwood has very fondly named his motorcycle Fat Chance. We'll see if he'll be able to stay out in front.
Pay attention in the pits. Henry Zacharias, we need you in the staging lanes. Henry Zacharias, we need you. And I see he's back there.
Wild Bill got a little close to the center line around the 8th mile, got out of the groove, had to lift out, and that gave Jody Brickwood a free pass into the final round. So it'll be a race between Al Oman and Dieter Gerst to see which one of them will be going up against Jody Brickwood in the final. And you had just seen on the Lordco TV replay there exactly how far out of the groove Wild Bill had gotten, and it was, I think, a little bit more out than he would like to admit.
So Al Oman over on the Lordco side, machinist from Thrifty Machine Shop on his 2007 Kawasaki, 13-time champion. Handicap going to Dieter Gerst, tower side. And here comes Al Oman. And it's going to be 934 to 115 miles an hour.
What a save for Dieter Gerst, though, TCS side. That was almost a high side and a half.
We get to watch a replay in the tower here. Yeah, that was pretty close. He almost lost that bike run. Managed to gather it all up. Still ran at 1090.
So that will wrap it up for motorcycle qualifying. That latest pass was just a test hit. That was going to be our 5th bike on the ladder, but that bike had problems trying to just get to the staging beams during qualifying, so he will just be resigned to test hits. And from the looks of things in the staging lanes, we are going to take a brief pause in the usual bracket racing categories, and we're going to move over into Canada West Doorslammers. Looks like those will be coming up next. And, of course, you know what that means. It's track prep time. So if you're feeling a little bit peckish, the lunch hour has passed. This will be an excellent time to make your way on down to the half-track snack shack and pick up some burgers or chicken strips, fries, what have you. And visit on the Pro Shop as well for some good old NHRA and Titanium Strip and Mission Raceway Park apparel.
He gets set for round number 1 in the Canada Doorslammer category. We are just doing a little bit of track preparation here. Want to mention that the sponsor this weekend for Canada West Doorslammers is Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Specializing in final grade They cover everything for your project requirements, from land clearing, bulldozing, foundations, septic tanks, drainage, ponds, irrigation, driveways, landscape preparation, riding rings, trail building, commercial snow removal, and de-icing. The company is fully insured, and they have a full equipment lineup. Everything from tandem truck and pups to compaction rollers. So give Poe and Kath a call at Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, and they wish all racers and everyone a fun and safe race weekend from your race sponsor, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Attention, we're looking for Mayor Paul Horn. Could you please report to the start line? Paul Horn, could you please report to the start line? We are going to have the mayor get involved in the racing, the mayor of Mission. So Paul Horn, could you please report to the start line? So I would suggest, if you are not in your seats, we're getting set for first round of eliminations for Canada West Doorslammers. I direct your seats to your seats. Start line crew has the headphones back on. The water is sprayed in the water box. We'll be calling cars up around the bridge in a few seconds. Hopefully, we're still looking for Mayor Horn. Are you at the start line yet? We've been calling for Mayor Horn to head over to the start line crew. Canada West Doorslammers. 870 or quicker to be on a ladder. All cars must have 2 operating doors. Must have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension. Must have a roof. No throttle control devices are permitted, and lane choice goes to the quicker cars. So No backpedaling. You want to be on the gas the whole quarter mile. First pair coming up. Brian Ritchie from Poco. Ritchie Racing Engines and 1968 Chevelle here on the tower side. In the other lane, in the 33 Ford Coupe, it's Rob Jonkin from Langley, brand new to the class. Brian Ritchie, he's been racing in this class for a good number of years. But Rob, it's his first year. So they're going. Handicap start. Went to the hot rod, but the wind light comes on for Brian Ritchie. 825, 132 miles an hour. And it's going to bring up Paul Stretch and Jason Field. Field from Mission. 71 Silver Nova. He's got a new engine, all sorts of new systems. Is making some shakedown runs. Sponsors include Greenlight Auto Finance and Ritchie Racing Engines. That's Jason Field in the Lordco lane. Dialed in 822. Paul Stretch over here. 2002 Swoopy Cavalier. 638 cubic inch big block Chevy. Paul Stretch from Duncan. Dialed in at 729. You saw Jason purging the nitrous from the system. All air out of the pipes. And Stretch goes red. Turns on the red light. Jason Field gets the win light. Field 824, 165 miles an hour, 732 for Paul Stretch. He threw that away with a red light though. Next up, John DeYoung. And Mark Schuppenen. Schuppenen still waiting in the water box, waiting for John DeYoung to return. John likes to do his burnouts over the start line. Mark does not.
Of course, John DeYoung, a routine #1 qualifier with that 200-mile-an-hour car, and oftentimes the only car to break into that 6-second bracket.
Yeah, he dialed in at 6:76. That was his #1 qualifying time. He's got 6:77 on the window right now. 8:15, so Mark Schuppenen will be leaving first. Oh, John goes red. He's chasing him down, but the red light is on, and the wind light comes on for Mark Schuppenen. 8:18, 160 miles an hour. 682 was the ET for John, but that was all negated on the start line with that red light. Ken Orser now from Abbotsford. Here on the TCS side, Dale Jansen from Armstrong in the Copper Acadian, 1966 Acadian. On the Lordco side of the racetrack as we wait for Ken Orser to return. .738 is the time for Ken Orser on the reader board. 7:89 for Dale Jansen. So Jansen on the Lordco side leaving about 0.5 of a second ahead of the GTO here tower side. Well, the Acadian got the handicap start. The GTO is in hot pursuit and gets around Jansen. Goes 7:42 for the win. Double 09 reaction time. That probably helped save the day for Ken Orser, taking the GTO to round number 2 in Canada West Doorslammer action. Derek Shirk now in the chrome red 68 Camaro. Backing up from the burnout. Sitting in the other lane, Peter Lucanis, the Transporters Logistics 63 Corvette with Chevy power under the hood, as you would expect. Coquitlam home to Peter Lucanis, dialed in at 870. Derek Shirk, 748. Quicker cars, so he will be at the start line. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, as you would expect. Derek Shirk, the owner of the Titanium Auto Group. And Bubba Speed Shop and Rad Torque and Richie Racing also getting credit for his racing operation. 748 for Derek Shirk, 870 for Lucanis. They are both staged, ready to go. Will Peter Lucanis catch? He stays ahead. Had the handicap start, managed to stay out in front. 877.5 at 150 miles an hour. So the reaction there had a lot to do with it. 017 to an 066, even though Shirk was quicker. It was all decided on the start line with that reaction time. James Kennedy now and Adam DeYoung. James Kennedy has 771 on the window. Adam 832, so the 67 Camaro will be leaving first. Handicap start. Adam earlier saw John, his dad, get taken out of competition. Win light comes on for James Kennedy, 772 at 168 miles an hour. Paul Debris Jr. and Poe Freeborn. Paul Debris, sponsored by Straight Line Race Cars and BD Lift Trucks.
At least one of these. Sorry,
go ahead.
No. I was going to say, at least one of these cars is trying to compete for the loudest car in the class.
Yeah, that Mustang is one of the louder ones in the category. No question about that. Poe from Courtney in that Shelby. Dialed in at 750, so it's the quicker of the two cars. Paul Debris Jr. with the 66 Valiant. Everybody's clean and green at the start. At the finish line, Poe goes too quick. 7:47 is a breakout. Paul Debris, 8:49 on a 39, so he's good to advance into the next round. Paul Debris Jr. advancing. So it looks like it's going to be Brody's shirt now. Brody just had a baby, and that made Derek a grandpa. So Brody running this Super Pro white. Looks like his competition was supposed to be Grant Howell from Victoria, but you can see Grant being pushed out of the racing line. So Brody Shirk getting a competition single here. So he picks up the win, runs a 9:52 at 148 miles an hour.
Very healthy Doorslammer field today, it would seem.
Yeah, we're looking at upwards of 20 cars. That was unexpected for the weekend. I think a lot of the racers, though, are anxious to start getting some runs on the cars. It's been a slow start with the weather and all this year, so first opportunity to get down the track for some of these racers, and they're taking advantage of it. So Devin Jansen and Otto Schulte head down track with the win coming to Otto's side. Lordco lane. Otto runs a 7:56, 171 miles an hour. Devin 8:59, but 7:56 good for the win for Otto Schulte to advance into round number 2, Canada West Doorslammers, as burnouts have been complete for Henry Zacharias and Andy Hatton. Hatton from Langley driving that green Camaro he calls the Grinch. Henry Zacharias, sponsored by Zacharias Investments. It's a 53 vet. Handicap will be going to the Grinch, the green Camaro. 860 is the dial against Henry's 762. All green at the start line, so will it be a win light for Henry? Yes. Henry Zacharias goes 763 at 177 miles an hour. So Henry Zacharias will be moving on to round number 2. So this is going to be a little bit of a treat. We've got, as part of the West Coast Outlaw Series race number 1, it is a box and no box shootout series. So we've got 14 vehicles in the box category. So attention in the pits, we're going to make a 5-minute standby call for Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. 5-minute standby call for Outlaw 275 and Limited Street as we commence our box, no box, shootout. Win light comes on for Scott Winterbottom, taking out Jamie Roth. This is the no box category. No electronics whatsoever on board these cars. As Loren Schwartz and Dave Jung get set for their shootout pairing. We're doing this on a dial-in handicap as well, so racers will be racing against the dial-in that they select. It's their job to make sure that they run as close as possible to that dial-in. So, double red light for Dave Jung and Loren Schwartz. Win light comes on for Lorenz. It goes 10:44 at 127 miles per hour. So tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We're going to call Outlaw 275. Outlaw 275, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. Limited Street, need you in lanes 5 and 6. So Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, bring them up to the lanes, please. Win light coming on for Craig Johnson there. Johnson's Custom Exhaust, 79 Malibu. Andy Hatton was in the other lane, but turned on the red light. Craig Johnson goes 1081, 121 miles per hour. As Jim Benke and James Dobson get set. Benke in the Rad Torque Barracuda. Wheels up, and he is away. James Dobson goes red, and that means Benke will advance into the next round of no box action. Benke runs a 10:05, 132 miles per hour, but it was a red light for James Dobson. Martin Dykstra and Sylvia Hoogston now. Dykstra from Hope and Sylvia Hoogston from Maple Ridge. Once again, we make the call for Outlaw 275. We need Outlaw 275 in 5 and 6. Limited Street, lanes 3 and 4. And we're going to call up Super Combo, lanes 1 and 2. So once again, Outlaw 275, lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street, 3 and 4. And Super Combo, need you, lanes 1 and 2. Daryl Tippy and Chris Stone on the start line. Everybody gets a green light. It will be decided at the stripe with a win light for Chris Stone. Stone runs a 10:11, 126 miles an hour. Daryl Tippy going too quick. Keith Winterbottom now. And we're still in the no box. Cars that have no electronics. Problem set in for Keith as he's off the gas and just coasting. And that's partially because of the red light in the other lane. So he is saving the engine, if nothing else. So that was our no box shootout, and so now we have box shootout, and by box we mean electronics on board. So we will see cars that will be using throttle stops or that kind of device. And the first pair is going to be Richard Love and Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle in the Malibu has 1018 for a dial. 1199 for Richard Love, so the pickup moves first. Some drips. I said, was he looking at some drips or what? Richard Love and Martin Rochelle. It will be the pickup leaving the start line first in this first pair in box shootout. Great reaction times from both drivers. Wind light comes on for Martin Rochelle. His reaction time was 0:11. Richard Love 0:16. So neither one of them sleeping on the start line. Here comes Kelly Voss in the dragster. Jan Christensen and Kelly Voss make their way in this pairing. 864 for the win. Jan Christensen goes 157 miles an hour as Kelly Voss runs too quick, goes under his dial-in of 891. So Jan Christensen moving on to the next round of box shootout as Jason Gibson and Mike Robinson are the next up. 970 is the dial-in for the Mustang here tower side. 920 for the Roadster in the other lane of Mike Robinson. Wind light comes on for the Roadster at 9:32. Mike Robinson takes the Roadster to a win into the next round, 126 miles an hour. Jason Gibson was 10:04, so somewhat more off his dial-in. Stephen Robert now from Courtney in that 34 Chevy Roadster. 897 is the dial, while Al Oman is here on this side of the racetrack. 914 for the motorcycle. It's a shootout. Wow, they both go red. The lesser of the two is Stephen Robert. So the 34 Chevy picks up the win, goes 899, 145 miles an hour. Once again, we make the call Super Combo. You should be all up in 1 and 2, and we're going to call Super Shifter to 1 and 2 as well. So BC Super Shifter, we need you up to lanes 1 and 2 as well. So what we were just watching as far as the no box and box shootout, this is all part of the West Coast Outlaws event, a 4-race series that is starting today, and we have got lots of payouts and lots of action for race cars that are in their own categories, running both the 1/8 mile and the 1/4 mile. So I mentioned earlier while talking about the ET series that we will be forming a team to attend, and that team is called Team on a Mission. And if you are looking to participate, I want you to check out the Facebook page, Team Mission 2022. If you're interested in going, you can contact Sylvia or Veronica for more details. There are 4 races left to qualify. That is today, tomorrow, and then August 20th and 21st. So you need to run at least 3 summit races to be on the team, and at least half of the number of races run to run the Race of Champions. So if you're interested in participating, Team Mission 2022 is the Facebook page, or you can contact Sylvia or Veronica. Big race coming up here in a couple of weeks, June 17th, 18th, and 19th. That is the NHRA Lucas Oil Divisional Race, and that will be taking place over those 3 days. 2 days of qualifying, all the NHRA categories, including Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, and then, of course, eliminations taking place on Sunday. Following that, at the end of June and the first weekend of July, that is Door Wars 10. So if you're into Door Wars action, cars with doors, racing 8th mile and quarter mile, and then you want to check out Door Wars 10. Big field of Pro Mod will be here, racing to the 8th mile. So Door Wars 10, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. A couple of major events that are going to be taking place here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Always want to draw your attention as well as you are walking through the pits, taking a look at all the great cars and the racers that are here. Do urge caution at all times. If you are walking on any of the paved areas, do keep an eye out for race cars as they move through the pits. We will be calling them to the lanes on a regular basis, and those lanes are paved for them to make their way to the staging lanes. So heads up, if you're walking in the pits, do not be distracted. Pay close attention to all the race cars that are around you, because they may be coming up that road that you're walking down. So you want to make sure that you keep an eye out for that. And if you're running your race car up those roads, we do ask you to observe the pit speed of 10 miles per hour. And that is the pit speed. And also, if you are new to drag racing, you might want to head over to the Pro Shop right across from the Half Track Snack Shack. The Pro Shop has some flyers with the Drag Racing 101. Great handout that answers all your questions about what's this all about, what's that all about, and how can I change this and how can I change that. So check it out at the Pro Shop. So as part of the West Coast Outlaw race number 1 here, This is the second qualifying session for Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. They will be getting 2 qualifying sessions going into eliminations later on this evening. So just looking at a couple of the cars, it's probably a good reminder for racers while there are no cars. This is a left side racetrack. Mission Raceway is a left side racetrack. So we need to see your numbers, your car numbers, and your dial-in on the left side windows, large and legible. If they're not, you may not be getting the right information on the reader board, so it's your responsibility to make it clear and legible on the left side of your windows, please. So Adam Berard and Kurt Thompson. Outlaw 275. These folks race to the 8th mile. Adam Berard in the 84 Chevy. Here on the TCS side from Red Deer. Calls his car White Trash. Kurt Thompson from Sturgeon. 68 Camaro. Sponsored by Milron and Black Sheep Industries. This is their second qualifying run. Thompson breaking the tires loose a lot. In the meantime, Adam Berard goes 549 in the 8th, 151 miles an hour. 951 for Thompson, but not able to grab any of the start line traction whatsoever in that setup. So Thompson will stand on his 454 of qualifying session number 1. Stays in the number 3 spot for now. Adam Berard, 549 in the number 9 spot. So Neil Richards now from Edmonton in the 79 Zephyr, a car that you do not see very much of, which is probably why Neil Richards has chosen to run that model. Horsepower Solutions, he calls it the Cream Dream. Over here, Tower Side, John Cuglietta from Edmonton, 2004 Mustang, with sort of a yellow gold finish. I'm not exactly sure that I've ever seen that color. Looks nice.
All gold. How much you reckon that thing would be worth?
Way more than I've got in my wallet.
Me too.
Yeah, I think the whole tower just agreed that if that was made of gold, where there's not enough money in the tower to buy it. So
You're organizing a heist tonight.
yeah. So qualifying run number 2. Neil Richards goes 4:50 with a 6, 169 miles an hour, and 4:72 for John Cuglietta. So Neil Richards, he rolls up into third spot with that 4.50. Jordan Brandon now on the TCS side, backing up. He's in the 2000 Camaro, based out of Lethbridge, and Trevor Mulder in the Ford Mustang. Sponsored by Motion Performance, Horsepower Solutions, and Black Sheep Industries. This is the second qualifying run for these cars, as they will be hitting the track for eliminations later on this afternoon, right around 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Nice run, 462, 158 miles an hour for Jordan Brandon's Camaro. Trevor goes 851. 851 and coasting at the top end, so. Here's Jason Gagnon and Rick McLeod now. Jason from Kelowna, 1970 Yenko Nova. Over here, Tower side, and the other lane from Vernon. It's the dart of Rick McLeod. Wow, wheels up for Rick McLeod. Manages to bring it down, goes 491, 146 miles an hour. In the other lane, 492 for Jason Gagnon. So they slot into the number 6 and 7 spot right now. Rick McLeod, 472. Jason Gagnon, 492. So Larry Yampolsky here tower side in the Malibu. And Dan Rodrigue in the Malibu on the other lane. He's off the pace. 5:54 to 131 miles an hour for Larry and 10:17 for Rodrigue. J.R. Lazick up for his run, doing the burnout now from Kelowna in the 63 Nova. J.R. Lazick from Kelowna, 63 Nova. Purging the nitrous there earlier. And again, clean the air out of the pipes, get the nitrous close to the solenoids. Nice run, 4:48, 161 miles an hour. 4:48, 161 puts him into the #1 spot. J.R. Lazick and Neil Richards. So Mandy Brooks, 577, 119 miles an hour. And she slots into the #12 spot.
So Jason Graw and Rob Monroe bringing it up for Limited Street for their second qualifying hit. It'll be the Z28 Corvette going up against the 1969 Acadian. This class also raced to the 8th mile, just like Outlaw 275 before it. Couple of wheels up launches there. Raw got there first, 5.963 at 115 miles an hour. Rob Monroe went a 6.428, but will not improve on his qualifying pass. Jason Graw, though, is now in the #1 spot. So Doug Copendale and Pat Hearn currently sitting numbers 3 and 4. Pat Hearn currently has a best time of a 6:67 with a 9. Doug Copendale 7.13 with a 1. Both drivers will be trying to improve to put themselves into the top 2. Copenhagen doesn't launch too well. Pat Hearn turns on the indicator, 6.18 with a 3, and I believe that will be enough to improve on his time for Pat Hearn, and that will put him into the number 2 qualifying spot, beating Rob Monroe's 6.411. Bring up Chris McGrath and Justin Gibson with a pair of Fox bodies. These are the back 2 qualifiers in a 6-car limited street field. Oh, wheel spin for Chris McGrath will be a run that you will want to forget. Justin Gibson clocks in a 5.566 at 124 miles an hour. And that will rocket Justin Gibson from the number 6 qualifying spot all the way up to the number 1. Good 4/10 clear now of Jason Graw. Chris McGrath, meanwhile, he did improve on his run despite the wheel spin, but unfortunately he will still be the number 6 qualifier at the end of a limited street qualified in their second round. So this is Kevin Ness coming on up for a test hit. He's made a rather unusual request, does not want the time shown, nor does he want it said. But I can tell you right now that Kevin Ness for Rocket Coatings calls that 1989 Mustang the Trap Queen. Spinning up the tires at the start of the run. That has been a very common occurrence with these Outlaw and limited street cars. That will wrap up all of our limited street and super combo cars. We will now roll things over into super combo for first round of eliminations. Now these cars are on a custom ladder of their own making. Cars from all of the index classes are allowed to race. That would be a 1090, 990, or 890 index, but typically you only get cars that run the Super Street Index in this class, which would be the 1090 index. But I do see we do have that Super Gas Mustang back to play. He'll be running that 990 index. First pair going to be Brad Vinci and Jerry Epp. The BC Racing Chevrolet going to be going up against the Mustang. This will be a close race up at the top end. Jerry Epps got the advantage in the back pocket, and he'll take it. When 10.97 on the 1090 dial with a 001 light, Brad Vinci breaks out. That'll bring up Warren Jacobson of the 1968 Chevy 2. Going to be going up against Stephen Veach, the 1972 Plymouth.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to be calling Sportsman to the lane for your next round. Sportsman, we need you for your next round. And Pro, you are on standby. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, you're on standby. But Sportsman, ring them up.
Pair of green bulbs. Throttle stops very briefly in play. Now they rip it out to the top end. And at the quarter mile, Veach breaks out. 10.89 with a 2 on the 1090 index, and Warren Jacobson will move on into round number 2. That brings up John Lackey and Dean Peterson. Now, Dean Peterson typically runs the 990 index. This time, though, running the 1090 would see with everybody else. But will not be able to get there. John Lackey stays out in front. Dean Peterson, despite putting himself on the Super Street Index, despite being in that Super Gas car, had the potential to put down the 990 index, opted against it, but he will be eliminated in round 1. Typically, there's only 6 cars in this class, but there have been a couple of extras that have come on out to play with us this weekend, so that makes it now an 8-car field. But hey, the more the merrier is what I always say when it comes to classes like these. Martin Rochelle in the Malibu going to be going up against Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster. That's going to be a very close race up at the top end. Down here at the starting line, separated by just 1/1000th of a second. Martin Rochelle beats Dan Parsons at the quarter mile. Went 10.93 on a 125 miles an hour on the 1090 index. Reaction times were 0:30 for Rochelle, 0:31 for Parsons. That will wrap up then Super Combo for their first round of eliminations as we will roll into BC Super Shifters.
Shifter is the category now. John DePork and Dale Posnick, first pair. John from Langley in the 77 Camaro. He's here on the tower side, shifting his way with a dial-in of 10.24. He gets the handicap start, about 1/10 of a second over the Mustang in the other lane. They're all green and clean here at the start. It's going to be all decided at the finish line. Will it be Dale Posnick? Will it be John DePork? It is the Camaro. John DePork, 10.38, 128 miles an hour. So John DePork going on to the next round in Super Shifter as Alan Lougheed and Terry Hoogston come to the line. Once again, everybody is going through the gears. They're manually shifting their way down the quarter mile in this category, Super Shifter. That's what it's called. 10:05 for Alan Lougheed and the Falcon. White Falcon waiting patiently, but he goes red. Also gets out of shape on the start line, but it'll be a win light for Terry Hoogston in the 71 VW. Goes 11.82 at 110 miles an hour. Alf Weeb now and Scott Winterbottom. Alf Weeb over here in the white Buick and Scott Winterbottom in the 63 Chevy 2.
We've already made the call for Sportsman to the back of staging to be a ladder. We will now be asking for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to come on up and join them at the back of staging to be laddered. So Pro Bracket, your turn to head to the back of staging to be laddered.
Alf Weeb from Chilliwack, Winterbottom from Langley. Weeb gets the handicap start, and he is charging to stay out in front of that little Chevy 2, but cannot do it. 9:39, 128 miles an hour for Scott Winterbottom in the Lordco lane, advancing to the next round. Here comes Keith Winterbottom now on the Tower lane, and Jamie Roth. Jamie Roth from Langley in 64 Comet, dialed in at 10:20. The quicker of the two is this Copper 66 Nova. 8:55 is the dial in on the window. You can see it there, or you can see it on the reader board at the top end. So, Jamie Roth in the Comet, previous year's champion. Jamie Roth was runner-up in the Super Shifter category for 2021, looking to get some points and reclaim a crown that he held a few years ago. So Roth is on his way. Winterbottom is in hot pursuit. And what's it going to be at the top end? A win light for Jamie Roth. 002 reaction time helped him get there. 10:28, 119 miles. The mechanic from Langley going on to the next round in BC Super Shifter. Lynn Bruce in that 67 Camaro. Port Angeles, Washington is home base for Lynn. The Lordco lane. Will Zorick over here, Tower side, TCS lane, 62 Chevy. 409 cubic inches under the hood. Will Zorick's dial in is 11:04, so you'll see the car here on the Tower side leave a good 3 seconds ahead of the Camaro in the Lordco lane. Boy, they go both red. So the question is, who was closer to the green? And that is Will Zorick. He goes 002 red as opposed to 041 red for Lynn. So Will Zorick takes the win light, goes 11:29 with a 3 at 114 miles per hour. So we insert a couple of test runs here in between rounds of eliminations. Attention in the pits, Pro Bracket, Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes, please. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. This is your call. Bring them up to the lanes. That did not sound good. Safety crew will just make sure that has enough power, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Still seems to be moving, but he's got the flashers on or the brake lights on, so well, yeah, he still seems to be heading down track, looking to get to the early turnoff, I'll bet.
And that wasn't, the typical little engine pop, just the car backfiring. That was a bad cough that let out a plume of smoke from the back end when it did.
and that's never a good sign.
So you see the crew picking something up from the top end, and from what I heard over the radio, a pulley may be related. I'm not much of a mechanic, but judging by the fact that it brought that car to a pretty quick stop, I'm willing to bet it's something important. Call it intuition.
So the safety crew just doing a quick check of the track for any parts and pieces that might have been deposited by that test run. So FYI, this is yet one more test run. We have just a couple more to include in the program here. Running close to the center line, but pulls it away after the 8th mile, goes 8:54, 156 miles an hour. So if memory serves me right, This was a pickup that was campaigned in years past by Howie Winklehorst. And right now, it is under new ownership. Based on a mission. And once again, just making a test run on the truck. And it runs a 1077, 91 miles an hour. Well, 963 on that test run, 136 miles per hour for Kevin Garlock. A great reaction time, 001. Perfect reaction time is trip zip, 000. So got to be happy about that. Kevin Garlock goes 963, 136 miles an hour. Here's a couple of motorcycles making some test runs. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Junior dragsters. We need junior dragsters to the lanes. Junior dragsters, bring them up. Normally call you up to lanes 1 and 2. It looks a little crowded over there, but junior dragsters, bring them up. And Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro, you are on standby now. Super Pro on standby, but junior dragsters, you can make your way to the staging lane. Never seems to have a strong start. Picks up the speed at the top end, 12:15. Seems to bog on the start line. That's Elias from Souk over on the island. Elias Dick. It's a Suzuki, 12:15, 88 miles an hour. So here comes Dieter Gerst, owner of GDFR Racing. Sponsors include Mountain View and Harley Davidson. I guess that would be Mountain View Harley Davidson. All one company. Movement on the track, but manages to keep it upright and goes 10:56, 129 miles an hour. So next round of eliminations here. This will be round number 3 for Sportsman. Actually, round number 2. 8 cars left in the category. Colin Moore and Eric Hansen. Moore in the 63 white Ford. Over on the Lordco side from Chilliwack, 1431. He's dialed in, so he gets about a second handicap start over Eric Hansen's Plymouth here, Tower side. They are off and away. Wind light comes on for Eric Hansen, and he had a 001 reaction time, 13:63 at 87 miles an hour. So Eric Hansen picks up the win. The North Vancouver Tech will go into round number 3 as Neil Smith and Jim Mantle are the next pair. American Motors product Pacer, 1977 Pacer, has an original 258 cubic inch American Motors engine inside there. And here comes that GMC with a small block Chevy. Trying to track him down. Mantle got the handicap start, runner-up for the Sportsman category, and he's well on the way to picking up some more points with this win. 14:77, 81 miles an hour. Here comes Bill Wells and Steve Baskerville. Baskerville driving this 2016 Golf 2-liter turbo. Dialed in at 1394, so he gets the handicap over Bill Wells, who is now in pursuit in his 81 Malibu. And the wind light comes on as they both break out for Bill Wells. 12:78, 105 miles an hour. So Bill Wells taking another step towards the next round as Sylvia Hoogston and Scarlett Morin are the last pair in this round of Sportsman. Sylvia Hoogston driving the Mustang and Scarlett driving the Malibu in the Lordco lane. 1309 is the dial for Scarlett, so you'll see the Malibu leave first. Here comes the Mustang. Scarlett goes red, and that means the Mustang gets the win. Sylvia advances into the next round of Sportsman, round number 3 here at the Summit ET Racing Series, race number 8. That will do it for the Sportsman category. Pro bracket is underneath the bridge.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to be calling Super Pro up to the staging lanes. Vancouver car wraps. Super Pro, we need you to the staging lanes. And that means Hot Rod, you are now on standby.
So looking underneath the tower right now, Junior Dragster sitting there ready to head into their next round of racing. This is round number 2 with 6 cars left, 6 dragsters left in the Junior Dragster category, the Thunder category. That's the slower and younger of the 2 categories. So first pair going to be Nick Bond and Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence over on the Lordco lane. Nick over here, tower side. So Nick Bond from Mission, sponsored by JBS. And Cadence Rodrigue, Milron Truck and Body, Ken Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, and Corvette West. Cadence 1207. And Nick Bond 902. So handicap will be going to Cadence over on the Lordco side. So everybody's green as Nick Bond is in pursuit of Cadence Rodrigue. 8th mile is the line, and the win light comes on for Nick Bond, who goes 910, 68 miles an hour, 910 with a 1. And Nick Bond will be advancing into the next round as Hunter Gallant and Alex Green will be the next pair. Hunter from Chilliwack and Alex from Mission. Alex Green in the, the green junior dragster from Mission. 1420 is the dial in for Alex. Hunter, 1217. Hunter from Chilliwack, sponsored by BDL Auto, Super Steve Tires. 1420 is the time for Alex Green, 1217 for Hunter. So green dragster leaves first by about 2 seconds. But Alex goes red, turns on the red bulb. So win light for Hunter in that pairing. And Hunter Gallant goes 12:20 on a 12:17 dial, so close to the dial. Had an 0:57 light. Alex Green was just a little too anxious. Ended up going 14:43 in that run. Here comes April Bond and Adam Katnick now. April, once again, father Justin Bond out front, giving the start line directions and staging for the dragster. Over here, Adam Katnick from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance. 9:02 is the dial-in for Adam. April, 10:85, so we'll see the pink and black dragster leave first by just about 2 seconds once again. Everybody staged and ready to go. Here comes the tree. And everybody stays green at the start line. At the 8th mile stripe, it's a win light for Adam Katnick. Goes 9:02. 71 miles an hour, 9:12 rather. 9:12, 71 miles an hour for Adam. And that takes care of the Thunder category as we move into the Lightning category. Semi-final round action. First pair is going to be Dee Dee Stanley and Aiden Katnick. See who is first to go into final round. Dee Dee Stanley here on the TCS side, and on the Lordco side, Aiden Katnick. Aiden dialed in at 790. Dee Dee is 724. Dee Dee for Mission. Eclipse Transport sponsorship, 924 on the tree. 790 for Aiden. Sponsored by TK Performance. Red light start for Stanley. So had the handicap, but left 2/6,000ths of a second. Win light, Aiden. Aiden goes 8:03, 80 miles an hour for the win. The other half then of the semifinal in Lightning is Lincoln Shirk and Abigail White. Abigail from Mission, sponsored by Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco, Walco, TNT Visual Signs. And Lincoln, well, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, and JS Power Sports. It's a 2005 Mike Boss chassis with a brand new wrap from Vancouver Car Wraps. .05 against an 830. So the handicap will be going to Lincoln Shirk. So Abigail goes red, win light for Lincoln. So the win light comes on for Lincoln Shirk, 834, 78 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod. We need Hot Rod to the back of staging to be ladder. Hot Rod, we need you to the back of staging to be ladder.
So finals are set in the Lightning category. The junior dragsters you see on the track right now basically doing a little bit of testing. They are out of competition at this point, but nonetheless looking to see what improvements they can make on the cars. Colton Morin's over on the Lordco side, CL Gagnon here, tower side. And they may be testing, but it's also, I'm sure, just maybe a little bit of grudge racing. Colton Morin runs 791, 83 miles an hour, 791, 803 for CL. Emma Debris-Coos now from Shawnigan Lake, B&D Lift Track Services. Straight line race cars. Again, it's a test pass.
It's not really the sound a junior dragster is supposed to be making on a run.
No, that's why we have test runs, I guess. That was something that didn't quite work out the way that they anticipated. So anyway, that is going to take care of that action for a while. Hey, while we have it quiet, we would ask all competitors, when you come up to the start line and you have all of your golf carts and tow vehicles, whatever, we have taken great pains to reseed the grass along the racetrack, and as you can see, it is nicely coming along for the major events that we have coming up here. Because everything is being streamed live, we want it to look great, so we would ask that you stay off the grass by the start line. The roads are paved, and there's lots of room on the roads. But please stay off the grass that has been reseeded. We have ropes up there and would ask for your cooperation to do your best to make Mission Raceway a 9-time Track of the Year award winner, to allow us to let that grass to seed. You can help us by not driving over it, all right? Appreciate all your cooperation doing that. Heading down track is Bro. Runs 895, 150 miles per hour on that test pass. Want to thank the maintenance crew for moving the pylon. She obviously can't hear what I'm saying, so that's good.
Okay. So moving into Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro for their second round of eliminations, and we'll start off with the bye. Mike Robinson in the JBS Power Sports Roadster will get that free pass into the semifinals. We'll see if he'll be racing up against Craig Johnson or Justin Bond.
So Mike Robinson goes 9:21, 141 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up Jan Christensen and John Jenkins. Jenkins still working the bugs out of his new yellow pickup here, driving the 1988 S10. Had to tighten some lines from a previous run, but great to see that the truck is still running and running well. 1067 is the dial for Jenkins. Jan Christensen in the green 67 Chevy 2 Nova. 863. So John Jenkins gets the handicap start.
Two green lights. This one will be at the quarter mile. Christensen running down Jenkins, but goes under the dial in by just 6 thousandths of a second. Jenkins will move on to the semifinals.
1069, 123 miles an hour for Jenkins, so that's good. Yeah, he advances into the next round as Richard Love and Martin Rochelle are the next pair.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo and BC Super Shifters. We need both of you to the stage lanes to be laddered. BC Combo and BC Super Shifters, make your way on down to the stage lanes to be laddered. While we're at it, we're going to call up our motorcycle finalists as well. So motorcycles, BC Super Shifters, and Super Combo. Come on down to the staging lanes as Richard Love goes red.
Yeah, Richard Love goes red, and Martin Rochelle goes 002 on the tree and runs a 1018 with a Ford, 128 miles an hour to advance into the next round of Super Pro. Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro.
I guess while we're making all the calls, we'll put Canada West Doorslammers on your standby call, and we'll be calling you up shortly. So Canada West Doorslammers, you are on standby. Continuing on in the Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro category, Justin Bond coming on up Lordco side will be going up against Craig Johnson over TCS side. The dragster going to be backing that car up. The M&M dragster are going to be going up against the Johnson's Custom Exhaust Malibu wagon. And a red light for Justin Bond will give it to Craig Johnson, who will move on to the semifinals.
So Justin Bond ran a 7:24. However, he was 22 red. And so Craig Johnson gets the win, going 1082 at 121 miles an hour. Craig Johnson from Langley, the Johnson's Custom Exhaust folks, happy about him advancing into the next round of Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. So announcers waiting for the burnouts to complete as we commence next round, round number 2 of Hot Rod. You're going to call Canada West Doorslammers, are you, Nolan?
How did you know?
I was just trying to be psychic.
So we are going to call up Canada West Doorslammers to the staging lanes, and I believe this will be for first round of eliminations. So Canada West Doorslammers, come on up for first round of eliminations. I'm going to correct myself immediately and say second round of eliminations.
So Randy Hermson picks up the win on a red light from Dustin Hunter, 13:47, 103 miles an hour. 13:47 for Randy Hermson. And up next, Martin Dykstra and Martin Jackman. Battle of the Martins. 64 Chevelle wagon and 27 Ford T Roadster. Wagon gets the handicap over the Roadster. It's all green here. It shall be decided 1,320 feet later. And that means a win light for the Chevelle wagon. That's right. Martin Jackman runs a 13:03 at 100 miles an hour on a 13 flat dial. And so Martin Jackman advancing into the next round of Hot Rod as Sylvia Hoogston and Dennis Winton roll forward. Dennis in the Bel Air station wagon and Sylvia in the Mustang. Handicap going to the Mustang here. And everybody keeping it nice and green on the start line as they head down track. With the wind light coming on for Sylvia, 1260 at 106 miles an hour. So Sylvia takes out Dennis Winton in this round, moves on to round number 3 in Hot Rod. Attention in the pits, box and no box. We're going to put you on standby. Box, no box. You are on standby. Canada West Doorslammers, we've called you up for round number 2 of eliminations. Lanes 5 and 6 for Canada West Doorslammers. So Veronica Hodson rounding out the odd number of cars in this round of Hot Rod, runs a 12:49, 107 miles an hour. So that will take us to round number 3, and Hot Rod is done for this round. Once again, box and no box. You are on standby, but Canada West Doorslammers, I see you rolling into lane 5 and 6. John Lackey in Super Combo and Jerry Epp in the other lane. 1090 is the index as they shoot for that number at the top end, and the win light comes on for Jerry Epp. 1092 with a 7. Had a much better reaction time, even though John Lackey was closer to the 1090 with a 1098. 1092.7 gets there first with a double 04 reaction time against John Lackey's 089. So Jerry Epp moving on into the next round of Super Combo.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycle finalists, we need you in the staging lanes. Motorcycle, please come on down to the staging lanes for your final.
Here comes Warren Jacobson and Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle in the Lordco lane, 78 Malibu. And Warren Jacobson in the Chevy 2, 1090. Once again, is the index that they're shooting for in the Super Combo category. Jacobson over here tower side from Mission. Martin Rochelle, Surrey is home base. And the delay boxes kick in. Win light for Martin Rochelle. Reaction time better for him, an 010 against an 060. 1092 for the win, 127 miles an hour. So the final is set for Super Combo.
You mind if I go get myself some dinner?
No, go ahead. That'd be good. That'd be all right. Do I mind? Of course not. Spider alert. Super Shifter coming under the bridge is next. Five cars left in the category. First pair burnouts complete. Terry Hoogston and John DePork will roll forward. Terry's driving that 71 VW from Maple Ridge. 1180 is the dial-in time. That's what it says on his window and on the scoreboard at the top end. John DePork, 1027. He's from Langley, where he is a mechanic. 1977 Camaro. 1027 is the time for John. Handicap will be going to the VW as he leaves the line. Wheels up launch for John DePork. He settles it down, shifting his way manually through the gears in order to catch Terry Hoogston. Does not do it. Hoogston takes that VW for a win. Goes 11.95 with a double 04 reaction time. I often remember reading a book by Don Garlitz many, many years ago who said that 90% of the races are won on the start line. And that was certainly true in that particular case. Scott Winterbottom and Jamie Roth next to Scott Winterbottom from Langley, and that's blue Chevy 2. In pursuit now, Jamie Roth in the 64 Comet. Again, shifting manually down the quarter mile. Scott picks up the win, 931, 136 miles per hour. 931.8 on a 930 dial. Reaction time again, 019. So Scott Winterbottom moving on into the next round. Odd number of cars means that Will Zorick gets the bye run this round. Will Zorick from Langley sitting in the water box right now, getting the signal from the start line to fire it up. Burnout complete for the 62 Chevy. He is dialed in at 11:09. by run, so he was trying to chop down the tree and see how close he could get. Did turn it red, but on that run, he's okay for the win. 11:21, 120 miles an hour. Will Zorick takes it into the next round. 3 cars left in the super shifter category, and they will return in a short while. Hey, just a heads up, I got a note here that junior dragster racer Owen is at the Armstrong Racing Pit selling coffee to raise money for childhood cancer research. That is located near the concession. So if you are wandering in the pits, you could do a nice good deed here, as junior drag racer Owen is at the Armstrong Racing Pit selling coffee, all for a good cause. He's trying to raise money for childhood cancer research, and he is located near the concession stand. So if you're wandering in the pits, hey, stop by. Grab a cup of coffee and know that your money is going to a very good cause. So just a little bit of track preparation here before we send some fast cars down the track. And that will be the next round of Canada West Doorslammers. Ten cars left in the category as they will finish up their round number 2. All right, here we go. Canada West Doorslammers have got all their cars in the lanes. This weekend sponsor, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. That's right, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, specializing in final grade. They cover everything for your project requirements, from land clearing, bulldozing, right down to snow removal. They also have a full line of equipment. That's right, tandem trucks, 5 tons, 3 tons, action rollers, backhoes, just about anything you need for your excavating needs, you can get by calling Poe and Kath at Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. And they wish all racers and everyone at the racetrack a fun and safe race weekend. So they are your weekend presenting sponsors, but there's a whole group of people who get involved with Canada West Doorslammers, and 2022 association sponsors include, before I give you the sponsors, attention in the pits, box and no box. We need you in the lanes, please. Box and no box, bring them up to the lanes. So your Canada West Doorslammers. Winter Harbor and Marina and RV, the title sponsor for Canada West Doorslammers in 2022. Artex Barn Solutions out of Abbotsford. Greenlight Auto Sales, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field in Mission. Paradise Homes in Victoria. Associated Tire and Auto in Campbell River. Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Campbell River. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating out of Courtenay, TCS Performance Products in Langley, and Travelland RV in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and Grand Prairie. So 2022 association sponsors for the Canada West Doorslammer Series. Word from the start line is fire them up, and that's what they are doing underneath the bridge. Here comes the first of the 10 cars left in the category. So this will be a competition single to kick things off, as Brody Shirk not able to bring the 67 Nova back into competition. Problems from the first round. Brody Shirk not able to make the call, so Jason Field makes a competition single. Automatic win light comes on for Field as he runs an 8:22. 8:22 at 165 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Otto Schulte and Ken Orser. These two have been running in Canada West Doorslammers for many, many years. Otto Schulte, for a good portion of that time, ran a Cavalier that was not blue. It was more of a slate gray. So the retired driver from Black Creek, BC, running the Sportsman's 2005 Cavalier, 598 cubic inches under the hood. The other lane, Ken Orser from Abbotsford. Same engine size under the hood of that 2008 GTO. They're pre-staged, handicapped by 1/10 of a second. Is going to be going to Otto Schulte. Boy, that's going to be close. At the stripe, win light for Ken Orser goes 7:43.9, 185 miles an hour. 7:43 on a 7:41 dial. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Outlaw 275 to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw 275 to lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street 3 and 4. Limited Street 3 and 4. Bring them up as James Kennedy goes red against Paul Debris Jr. 8:47, 158 miles an hour for the 66 Valiant. Making his way into the next round. Taking out James Kennedy as Peter Lekanis and Mark Schuppinen roll forward. Peter Lekanis in the Corvette, 870 is the dial-in, 815 for Schuppinen. Wes Kelowna is home for the 95 Chevy, the black Chevy over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Peter Lekanis in the blue and white Transporters Logistics Corvette. Over here, Tower side, 870 means that Peter Lekanis is going to get a 0.6 of a second handicap start. They both leave with a green light. Win light will come on for Mark Schuppinen. 0:05 reaction time helps get him into the next round. Runs an 8:25 on an 8:15 dial, but 0:05 reaction. Peter Lekanis was 0:57. Here comes Ritchie Racing Engines. Brian Ritchie and Henry Zacharias in the 53 Vet. Brian Ritchie from Poco. Zacharias from Surrey. 793 dial in time for Brian. 762 for Henry in the Corvette. So pretty evenly matched, but there will be a 0.3 of a second handicap start for the white Corvette. I take that back. 0.3 of a second handicap start for Brian Ritchie in the black Chevelle. Ritchie waiting patiently as Henry rolls in. Now Brian goes in and they're set. Tree is down. They are off down the quarter mile. The win light comes on for Brian Ritchie. 794 on a 793 dial. But again, strong reaction time. 0:17. An 0:17 reaction against Henry's. Not too slouchy, 0:41. But it was enough for a 794 win. Grant Howell not able to make the call in the first round, so obviously had to do some repairs in the pits, making a test here to see if those repairs took hold. And that's why we see the Victoria runner on the start line right now. Not in competition, as I say. Broke in the first round. But here he is to see if the repairs they made are going to hold up. Nice, good run. 7:69. 002 reaction time. So on the tree, 176 miles an hour, 7:69. So nice, smooth, and straight down the groove.
Canada West Doorslammer as we roll into the motorcycle final. And it'll be Jody Brickwood going up against Al Omand. The pair of Kawasaki's going to be new battling. Brickwood will be leaving first by almost a second over Al Omand. Two green bulbs. Omand trying to run down Brickwood. And at the quarter, Al Omand gets there. That race was won on the tree. 3:37 life for Brickwood compared to the 0:99 that Al Omand have.
So we pick up the next round in the box, no box shootout, and this will be no box. Starting us off, it'll be the Rad Torque Barracuda of Jim Benke. Alongside Sylvia Hoogston in the Mustang, no box categories, 12:58 for Sylvia Hoogston. Once again, we're running on a dial-in with breakouts. You can see that on the reader boards because it's probably harder to see it on their windows. Handicap going to Sylvia in the Mustang, and she will be leaving first with Jim Benke leaving the line with the wheels up, trying to track her down. Will he get around the Mustang? He does indeed. 004 reaction time for Benke. Goes 10:09 on a 10:09. So dead on 125 miles per hour. So Jim Benke advancing into the next round of no box as Craig Johnson and Keith Winterbottom roll up into the stage beams. 8:55 the dial in for Keith. Craig 10:83. So Craig over here in the station wagon, the grocery getter, gets the handicap start. Johnson's custom exhaust Malibu is off and running with Keith Winterbottom in pursuit. At the stripe, it's going to be a win for Winterbottom. He goes 8:55 on his dial with an 8. 148 miles an hour. So Keith moving into the next round. 8:55 with an 8. And here is Chris Stone. Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing. 68 Dodge Dart. Gets the by run. In the no box category, racing to the win light there with a 10:10. 130 miles an hour. Next pair in the no box is Loren Schwartz and Scott Winterbottom. Lorenz from Aldergrove and Scott from Langley. 10:39 for the white Monte Carlo. 9:30 for the Chevy 2. So the handicap going to the tower side. Here comes that little Chevy 2, hot in pursuit. Reaction times real close. Not much of a difference between them. Win light comes on for Scott, 9:34. Let's see, Scott's reaction time was an 0:17. Lorenz an 0:12. But Lorenz went too quick, broke out, went under the dial of 10:39 with a 10:37, whereas Scott ran 9:34 on a 9:30. So Scott Winterbottom advancing into the next round. And here we go with the box category now. Stephen Robert from Courtney, 897 and 34 Chevy Roadster. Martin Rochelle in the 78 Malibu. 1017 is the dial-in for Rochelle, 897 for the Roadster. So we'll see the Malibu leave the line first. The Roadster chasing him down. Red light for the Roadster. Did not wait for the tree at all, hardly. Red light of over 1 second. So the win light for Martin Rochelle, 10:18, 128 miles an hour. And Martin Rochelle will advance into the next round of box. Mike Robinson now and Jan Christensen. So Robinson in the 27 Ford T Roadster, Jan Christensen in the Green Nova here tower side. 9:21 for Robinson is the dial in time. 8:61 for the Chevy 2. So we'll see the Roadster, the blue Roadster, leave the line first, head down track. So no red lights here as Mike Robinson and Jan Christensen head down track. Who gets there first? It will be a win light for Christensen. 8:63, 157 miles an hour. As Mike Robinson ran under the dial. He dialed in at 9:21, ran 9:20. So Jan Christensen will be moving on to the next round. So attention in the pits. Just want to draw everyone's attention, pit crews and crew members and fans and everything else. If you have permission to be at the start line, just keep in mind there's no sitting on the guardrail, on the cement barriers, and also there are specific areas of no standing. So those areas are for your own protection. We would ask that you adhere to the rules that say no standing. That's a facility rule for insurance and safety purposes. So by the start line, we're not expecting you to stand by the cement guard wall. And definitely not sitting on it. So we would ask from an insurance standpoint and from a safety standpoint that you do not stand where it says no standing. our track maintenance done as we get set for Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. They will be hitting the track here. So this will be the third qualifier because yesterday they received none. Third qualifier for the Outlaw 275 and Limited Street category. We start with Outlaw 275. Neil Richards here on the tower side and Mandy Brooks over on the Lordco side. These cars race to the 8th mile. High horsepower and small, skinny tires on the back. Well, skinny compared to some of the other racing categories. Neil Richards is from Edmonton in the Cream Dream, the 79 Zephyr here, tower sides. Currently sitting in the number 2 spot with a 4.506. And Mandy Brooks over on the other lane from Chilliwack is in the number 12 spot, 577. So they will race to the 8th mile. Part of the reason they do that is, were they to race the full quarter mile, that last eighth of a mile would be treacherous, shall we say. So to make it safe for these cars, the way that they're set up, it's 8th mile. It's quick, it's fast, and it's exciting. Wheels up, wheels spinning. The idea is just to keep it straight for 1/8 of a mile. Heads up, Neil Richards spins the tires, gets out of it. 574 for a slight improvement for Mandy Brooks. 119 miles an hour. 574, slight improvement over the 577. She is in the number 12 spot. Neil Richards will stay with the 4.50 of his earlier run. As Jordan Brandon and John Cuglietta. Alberta runners, Jordan from Lethbridge, John from Edmonton. 2004 Gold Mustang. On the Lordco side, Jordan. 2000 Camaro. Jordan Brandon bumping in alongside John Cuglietta. Shallow staging as much as possible. So problems for Cuglietta set in early, whereas Camaro, Brandon, 448, 160 miles an hour. Nice run, 448. Big improvement over the 462 of the previous, so he slots into the number 2 spot. Jordan Brandon, 448 with an 8. And number 1, J.R. Lazick, 4:48 with a 7. So 1/1000th of a second separating first and second so far. Field tightens up as Rick McLeod and Jason Gagnon will be the next two, making a pass in the Outlaw 275 category. McLeod from Vernon, BC, Gagnon from Kelowna. Gagnon driving the Nova, the blue Nova, on the Lordco lane. 70 Dart over here, purging the nitrous. Lots of different kinds of power adders in this racing category, nitrous being one of them. Turbos being another. That's a close one. It's 473 to a 475. Rick McLeod goes 75. Gagnon goes 73. And that brings up final runner in Outlaw 275. Nope, looks like there are more. Attention in the pits, license and test. If you are authorized, approved for license and test, need you in lane number 6. Lane number 6, please. License and test. So here's your number 1 qualifier. J.R. Lazick from Kelowna in the orange 63 Nova. 500 cubic inch small block Chevy. Qualified number 1, 4:48 with a 7. And in the other lane, Dan Rodrigue. Qualified number 5 with a 4:608. Rodrigue from Yarrow in the 81 Malibu. Lazick in the number 1 spot, wanting to hold on to that spot, make an improvement perhaps. Rodrigue not far off. So obviously the start line crew saw something that they didn't like and shut off both cars. Send out one of the ATVs to check it out. So everybody is sorted now. They did a check on whether there was any problems on the start line, and that came up a big negative. So Dan Rodrigue and J.R. Lazick all set make their third qualifying hit at the track. In the Outlaw 275 category, tire spin for Rodrigue Lazic, 474, 119, not an improvement, but a representative run. He remains in the number 1 spot with that 448.7 previous. So Kurt Thompson and Adam Berard. Next pair in the Outlaw 275 category. Kurt Thompson from Sturgeon and Adam from Red Deer. Kurt's driving that orange and black 68 Camaro. 84 white Chevy. That Camaro is Adam Berard. Adam currently in the number 10 spot. Kurt in the number 4 spot with a 4:54.8. Will that orange Camaro shave a tenth off? Shave a few hundredths off? Is he going to move up? That's what he's hoping. Whoa, heading towards the wall, but he kept his foot in it. 4:64. He had to get out of it, and that certainly affected the time on that run. 153 miles an hour. So Kurt is in the number 4 spot, 4:54.8. And Adam in the number 10 spot, 5:49. And here comes Trevor Mulder. Trevor, again, another one of the Alberta runners in this category. Strong contingent in from out of province. Sponsored by Motion Performance, Horsepower Solutions, and Black Sheep Industries. So Trevor Mulder, the final Outlaw 275 qualifying run here, and that works out to a 5:03, 135 miles per hour, and that is going to take care of Outlaw 275. Next cars on the track are going to be the limited street category as part of the West Coast Outlaw Series. And with that, I'm going to turn the rest of the evening over to Nolan. All right, Nolan, it is all yours.
It was a pleasure, Jerry. Safe travels back home. So we move over into Limited Street for their third qualifying hit. Kicking it off with Pat Hearn in the Angry Bird Racing Fox Body going up against Chris McGram in the Mustang. Graham spinning up the tires. And you heard the tires squealing all the way out to about the 330 mark. Pat Hearn will improve on his time to go to the number 3 qualifying spot with a 6.183. Justin Gibson currently sits at the number 1 spot with a 5.566 at 124 miles an hour. Doug Copendale right down to the bottom, 7.131 at only 100 miles an hour. Justin Gibson really getting that car hooked up. 5.577 at 123 miles an hour. Copendale will improve. 7.048 compared to the 7.131, but that is still not enough. He would have had to improve on his qualifying time about another half a second if he wanted to move up the qualifying order. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, please make your way on down to the back of staging for your next round of eliminations. Sportsman, please report to the back of staging for laddering for next round of eliminations. Vanessa Richards going to be going up against Rob Monroe. This is Vanessa Richards' first qualifying hit in Limited Street. Was not out the first 2 times, but will have this third and I believe final hit to get that car dialed up and on the qualifying sheets. The Hawaii 5.0 Mustang will put down a 5.731 at 121 miles an hour, and that will be good enough for the number 2 qualifying spot. About a 10th and a half off of Justin Gibson's number 1 qualifying time. So solid pass for Vanessa Richards on her only qualifying hit so far. And we roll into the final for Super Combo, where Martin Rochelle will be going up against Jerry Epp. Ford versus Chevy, Malibu versus Mustang. But this fight will be down to the drivers. They both are using that Super Street Index dialed in at a 1090. Two green bulbs. Jerry F was off the throttle, stop a bit later, trying to run Rochelle down, separated by just 4 thou on the tree, and Jerry F will take it. 10.920 compared to Rochelle's 10.955. 009 on the tree for Rochelle, 005 for Jerry F. He had the 4 thou in the back pocket. Made sure to use every one of those as he will take the Super Combo win. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you down to the staging lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, please make your way back to the staging lanes to be laddered for next round of eliminations. the motorcycle final was already wrapped up earlier tonight. This is just a couple of test hits, kicking it off with Elias Dick in the 1988 Suzuki out of Souk, BC. Elias Dick having some struggles getting down the track, but will put down 13.153 at 113 miles an hour, but definitely not the fastest pass he's made on the day. That brings up Dieter Gerst for the Torque Twisters race team, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson. Attention in the pits. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, come on down to the staging lanes. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, we need you in the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations. Dieter Gerst left before the tree was ready and will not log a time. So this is a licensing pass. Mike Sabine trying to make a few licensing hits over the weekend. He was already up once, but as soon as that car had its front wheel so much as touched the water box, it immediately shut off and, well, didn't necessarily want to refire. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Lorenz Schwartz, we need you in the staging lanes. Lorenz Schwartz, you are needed in the staging lane for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So Sabine going to be hoping for a better trip this time down the racetrack. Not having the run that Sabine probably would have wanted. Had to get on and off the throttle right at the starting line, then blipped it again at about the 330 foot, and then car shut down from there and will coast through to the top end. So Bill Wells in the TNT Auto Malibu going to be going up against Sylvia Hookstins in the Ford Mustang. 1280 to a 1256 dial as we roll back into Sportsman eliminations. Bill Wells deep staged the car and went red. 6/100ths of a second. Sylvia Hookstins will be moving on to the final. Now the question is, who will Hookstins be racing? Will Hookstins be racing Eric Hansen in the Plymouth or Jim Mantle in the Pacer? Attention to the pits, Canada West Doorslammers, we need you back to the stage lanes for your next round of eliminations. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you in the stage lanes for next round of eliminations. And the Pacer from Black Creek goes red. Mistake on the line by Jim Mantle will give Eric Hansen the freebie into the finals. So we'll be facing off Eric Hansen and Sylvia Hookstins. So Dave Young in the 1996 Camaro will go up against Chris Stone in the Stone Cold Racing Dodge. Calling that thing old reliable. As we roll into the quarterfinals for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Two green bulbs. And Chris Stone rocketed it out to the quarter mile and gets there first. Besting Dave Jung up to the top end by 100th and a half. Jim Banky and Lorenz Schwartz now. The Rad Torque wheel standing Barracuda going up against the Titanium and Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo. Banky running Schwartz down and makes the pass at the quarter mile. 16 thousandths of a second will separate Banky from Schwartz, leaving Ross Walker as the bye. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro, you are needed in the staging lanes. Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro, you are needed in the staging lanes. We are in the semifinals for Junior Thunder. 3 cars still in competition. Nick Bond and Hunter Gallant going to be racing to see who will be going up against Adam Katnick in the final. The BDL Auto Super Steve Tires Junior Dragster fully staged in the Lordco lane, and that will also be the one that leaves first. Just waiting on Nick Bond to bump his way in. Bond chasing down Gallant and gets around him. 0.02 of a second separating Nick Bond, who will be racing Adam Katnick in the final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, you've been called twice to the staging lanes. This is your third call. Super Pro, this is your third call to the staging lanes. Your presence is needed for next round of eliminations. From one junior class to another, this one though not in the semifinals, it's the final. Aiden Katnick going up against Lincoln Shirk. $7.95 for Aiden Katnick. For TK Performance TCS side, he will be leaving second. Lincoln Shirk dialed in at an 830 in his titanium Rad Torque and JS Power Sports machine. In the Bike Boss Junior Drags from 2005, he'll leave first. Lincoln Shirk goes red by 0.06 of a second, and Aiden Katnick wins Peden Industries Junior Lightning in the 8th race of the NHRA Summit ET Series of 2022. Colton Warren on the starting line was eliminated in the semifinals for Junior Lightning. He is just going to be making a test hit for the night. Doesn't hurt to get some of that extra practice in. We mentioned this at the very start of the day, but this is somewhat a race against the weather. Mother Nature has been cooperating so far, but hasn't necessarily been the best of outlooks for the evening program. So we would at least like to get all of the bracket classes wrapped up before too long. So seeing as we are in a bit of a time crunch on Mother Nature's terms, we are going to be calling all cars still in competition to the lanes. All cars still in competition. We need you down to the staging lanes as soon as possible. Thank you. So Canada West Doorslammers are back to play. And to Jason Field, I think Ken Orser just one-upped your burnout in a huge way. Louder, longer, and a heck of a lot more smoke. Jason Field and the Lil Overkill Nova going to be dialed in the 822. He's got a new engine and systems in that machine put in just earlier this year. Sponsored by Greenlight Auto Finance and Ritchie Racing Engines. He'll be going up against Ken Orser in the TCS GTO from 2008, dialed in at a 741. Now, whichever one of these drivers gets a free pass into the final, because they will be getting a bye for the semifinals in the next round. Two green lights, Orser running, Field down, closing, brakes out though, got there too quickly. Jason Field will move on and he will be racing in the final as Ken Orser got the 009 LiPo in 7:36 with the 4 on the 741 dial. So Brian Ritchie Racing Engines Chevelle also wants to give thanks to Greenlight Auto Sales, dialed in at 793, will leave second, compared to Paul DeBree Jr.'s Straight Line Race Cars Valiant. Also on the car for BD Lift Trucks. Another set of green ones. Quarter mile says Brian Ritchie will go on to race in the semifinals, and he will be going up against Mark Shepinen in the Sealed Power Wix Filters 1995 Chevrolet out of West Kelowna. .001 light from Mark Shepinen on that last pass. Will run 8:20 with a 6 on a 8:15 dial, 165 miles an hour. So that wraps it up for round number 3 of Doorslammers. And we will now roll into semifinals for Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. John Jenkins in the Titanium and Vision Exteriors S10 going to be going up against Martin Rochelle's Malibu. And Jenkins having some struggles with that car. They missed a shift while running down the track, and that will give an easy win to Martin Rochelle up at the quarter. And that will leave Craig Johnson and Mike Robinson to go up against each other for the last entry in the Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro semifinals. Robinson charging after the Malibu wagon. The Roadster can't get there though. Craig Johnson will be facing off against Martin Rochelle in the final. Will Zorick and Terry Hootstens going side by side. Volkswagen versus Chevrolet. Hoogstens has got a huge advantage on the starting line, and that will translate into a race win as well. 0-11 on the tree for Hoogstens' Lordco side compared to Will Zork, who had a 342. So Scott Winterbottom will get that free pass now into the final round, and he'll be only staging his rags to his top shop Chevy 2, and then he'll just be backing out. Of course, you don't have to make a full pass. You just have to break the beams. Once you break those beams, you're automatically through to the next round if you're on a single pass. So Scott Winterbottom not wanting to risk that car, and he is more than content to just stage it, back it out, and come back in the final. And that brings up Dale Posnick, just making a test pass for the Riff Raff Racing Mustang. That has wrapped up BC Super Shifters, and we will now roll into Hot Rod. Martin Jackman and Sylvia Hoogstens leaving 0.04 of a second apart. And at the quarter mile, double breakout, Martin Jackman moves on. Sylvia Hoogstens broke out by 11 thousandths of a second, Martin Jackman by just 4. That leaves Randy Hermsen and Veronica Hodgson. Oldsmobile versus Dodge Dart. And Randy Hermsen will be facing off against Martin Jackman in the final for Hot Rod. So we return to the no box shootout. We are now in the semifinals, which means the losers of these next 2 races will still walk away with a consolation prize of $100. Jim Banky going up against Scott Winterbottom. So I think that's why Scott Winterbottom just broke the beams and backed out in Super Shifters. He was up pretty soon in the no-box shootout. Two green lights. Loser of this race still walks away with $100. At the top end, oh, Jim Banky breaks out by just 0.02 of a second. He'll be kicking himself over that one. Scott Winterbottom will go on to the final, but Banky will get that consolation prize of 100 smackaroos. That just leaves Chris Stone and Keith Winterbottom. Stone Cold Racing Dark going up against the Rags to Riches Top Shop Nova. Winterbottom is going to have to be mighty patient, leaving almost a second and a half later. Patient indeed. Oh, but shuts it off. Problems for Keith Winterbottom. We'll see Chris Stone moving on to the final. Keith Winterbottom had something go awry on his run, and he will shut that car off and coast through. So that wraps up the semifinals for the no box shootout. We roll into the final for Sportsman. Attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw 275, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street, you will be in 3 and 4. Outlaw 275, 5 and 6, and Limited Street to 3 and 4. Sylvia Hookstins racing against Eric Hansen. Mustang versus Plymouth. 2 green lights, one better than the other by a considerable margin. And at the quarter, Eric Hansen bests Sylvia Hookstins and wins the 8th race in the NHRA Summit ET Series for Sportsman. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Once again, we are in a bit of a race against Mother Nature tonight, so we are once again making that call for all finalists and semifinalists back to the lanes. If you are still in competition, we need you back to the lanes as soon as possible. Final in the box shootout. Winner of this race takes home $1,000. So this is for all the marbles. Jan Christensen going up against Martin Rochelle. The Preston and JVS Nova going up against the 1978 Malibu. 861 for Christensen and 1019 for Rochelle. Two green lights. This one will be decided up at the top end. Christensen is closing in, and he will make the pass. Jan Christensen wins the box shootout and will win $1,000. But Martin Rochelle will still get a nice consolation prize for the runner-up of $400. All right, final junior class to be run tonight. Peden Industries Junior Thunder for the final. Nick Bond for JVS Power Sports. Tower side, dialed in at the 906. Adam Katnick, Lordco side for TK Performance, dialed in at 909. This is pretty darn close to a heads-up race. Katnick deep stages as Nick Bond sets off. Oh, and Adam Katnick goes red by over 1/10 of a second. Nick Bond gets a free win in Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Randy Hermsen in Hot Rod. We need you in the staging lanes for your final. Randy Hermsen in Hot Rod. We need you in the staging lanes for your final. So back to full-size car action. Jim Benke going to be going up against Ross Walker. In the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket semifinal. Wheels up, wheels down for Jim Benke as he tries to charge after Ross Walker, but can't get around him. Ross Walker will go up against Chris Stone in the final for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So you saw Chris Stone just breaking the staging beams and then backing on out. As we bring up Randy Hermsen and Martin Jackman for the Hot Rod Final. Both drivers racing locally out of Mission. Hermsen dialed in at a 1347. Martin Jackman dialed in at a 13 flat. Oldsmobile versus Chevelle. Two green lights. Jackman trying to chase down the Oldsmobile. One of these drivers, though, has about half a tenth of the back pocket. That driver is Hermsen, and Hermsen will go through and take the hot rod win. Went a 13.535. On the 1347 dial, he had an 024 light. Jackman had an 076, and that half a tenth is what made the difference. So track prep currently ongoing down on the racetrack, and well, you know what that means. Outlaw 275 and Limited Street will be up next. This time not for qualifying, it'll be for first round of eliminations. So Dan Rodrigue with the bye, and Outlaw 275 will kick off eliminations for the West Coast Outlaw Series for their first race. So Rick McLeod in the 1970 Dodge Dart going up against Trevor Mulder. Mulder also sponsored by Motion Performance, Horsepower Solutions, and Black Sheep Industries. No dial-ins on this class. It is all heads-up grudge racing right out to the 8th mile. Mulder pre-stage is waiting on McLeod, TCS side. Two green lights, but Mulder stutters on the start line, and McLeod gets there first by a long shot. Wasn't even close. Was already 1.2 seconds clear at the 60-foot. Jordan Brandon will go up against Justin Gallant. Chevy versus Ford. And Justin Gallant, once again, not having the launch he needed to have. Jordan Brandon in the 1988 Camaro, sorry, the 2000 Camaro out of Lethbridge will get there 5 seconds in front of Justin Gallant. Next pairing up going to be Jay Siverston and Neil Richards. The JS Power Sports Chevelle going up against the Cream Dream Zephyr. One racer local out of Mission, the other one not even in the same province. Richards coming all the way out from Edmonton, Alberta. Now Richards has got a mighty fast car underneath him. He was our number 3 qualifier with a 4.506 at 169 miles an hour. Siverston had a 6-second car at 109 miles an hour. 2 green bulbs, both drivers spinning up the tires. Neil Richards gets there first. 4.759, 167 miles an hour. So Jason Gagnon, you can see over there, Lordco side, out of Kelowna, in the angle plug Yenko Nova, was supposed to be racing against Christopher Gould's 2005 Mustang, sponsored by CT Automotive and Diesel Engine Repair, but Christopher Gould not able to make the call, so Jason Gagnon will get a free pass into round number 2. Jason Gagnon really picking the wheels up off that machine. He had those wheels up all the way past the 330 foot before they finally set back down. That brings up Kurt Thompson, sponsored by Milron and Black Sheep Industries in the 1968 Chevrolet Camaro, going up against Mandy Brooks in the MWH trucking machine. Our number 4 qualifier going up against our number 13 qualifier. 4.548 was Kurt Thompson's best run. 5.747 was Mandy Brooks. Kurt Thompson has got a 400 cubic inch Chevrolet engine underneath that machine. 2 green bulbs. Kurt Thompson was bested on the tree by 0.3 of a second, but it didn't matter. He had the horsepower under that car to make it up and bested Mandy Brooks by over a second. That'll bring up John Cuglietta, TCS side out of Edmonton, Alberta. Racing in the Balboa Mustang. He'll be paired up with Adam Berard in the white trash Chevy, going up against another driver out of Alberta. This one, though, from Red Deer. I think it's pretty universal, at least for our tower staff, that we love that gold paint job that Cuglietta's got on that Mustang. Huge wheel spin for Cuglietta, and still shaking up the tires, and Adam Berard will move on to the next round. Props to Cuglietta, though. Even when he got that car hooked up, it was already over, but he certainly still tried. That'll bring up J.R. Lazick, the actual bye in the Romeo Nova. So Dan Rodriguez, as it turns out, was actually on a comp single run. Was supposed to go up against Yampolsky. But Yampolsky was not able to make the call, so Lazick will have the actual bye. And we'll move on to the next round. Lazick just going to break the beams and back that car out, and can't say I blame him. It can be pretty taxing to run these cars down the racetrack, even for just those 4 to 5 second passes to the 8th mile. So sometimes it's best to not push it. Just take the free victory and get that car back to the pits. So first round of Outlaw 275 eliminations. We roll over into Limited Street for their first round. A much smaller field. Outlaw 275 at 15 cars. Limited Street only 7. Jason Graw out of Abbotsford, just down the highway in the Z28 Corvette, going to be going up against Chris McGram in the Flipper Mustang. Two green lights at the 8th mile. Chris McGram gets there first. 5.486 to the 594 that Jason Graw put down. That brings up Vanessa Richards out of Kelowna, BC, in the Hawaii 5.0 Mustang, going up against Doug Copendale's Fox Body out of Langley. Fox Bodies are a very, very common car seen in the Limited Street category. It's by far one of the most popular models of car there is, and I believe over half of our Limited Street field uses those exact car models. Vanessa backfiring the car big time and still comes out with a win on that one. Doug Copendale, I'm not sure if he had a problem of his own or he let his guard down, but Vanessa Richards had problems on her run and still went through and got the win. 6.932 to Copendale's 7.1. Never thought that would be something to take place. Pat Hearn and Rob Monroe The next pairing up, the Angry Bird Racing Mustang going up against Monroe's Acadian. That car typically runs in super shifters, but this time around racing in limited street. 2 green bulbs. Hearn trying to chase down Monroe, was beat on the tree. That's going to be close at the top end. 4 thousandths of the second, and a heads-up grudge match says Rob Monroe moves on to the semifinals. Monroe beat Pat Hearn on the tree by a good 10th and a half, but he ran him down and got that win by .004. And that leaves Justin Gibson, who has the bye. And that just leaves Kevin Ness just on a test hit. He's been doing a few test hits throughout the day, and, well, we'll be making another one tonight. So we roll into Canada West Doorslammers and their semifinals. It will be Brian Ritchie going up against Mark Schuppinen. So safety crews just making sure that everything is fully set for the Canada West Doorslammers, the fastest running class of the night. Only 3 cars left in competition from the 20 that made the initial start. Mark Schuppinen and Brian Ritchie will be going up against each other here in the semifinal, and one of them will be racing against Jason Field. Brian Ritchie wanted to give thanks to Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales. And Mark Shipman wanting to give his own thanks to Seal Power Wix Filters. Ritchie dialed into the 793, will be leaving about 27 thousandths of a second sooner than Mark Shipman. That's assuming I've done my math right, but I did almost fail my math course in the final grade, so it wouldn't surprise me if that was completely off. Burnout's complete. We did make the call earlier for all finalists to the lanes because we are racing against the weather. That weather is almost on top of us, so we want to really reiterate that right now. If you are still in competition, you need to get down to the staging lanes as soon as possible so we can wrap this show up before it hits. Two green lights. Ritchie chasing down Shubbanen. But Shubbanen's got him bested on the tree. But Brian Ritchie makes the pass anyway. It was a 137 light to a 003, but that did not matter as Brian Ritchie pulled around and made that pass. He'll face off against Jason Field and his Lil Overkill Nova in the final for Canada West Doorslammers. And Jason Field will break the beams and back out. Well, I mentioned that we were fighting the weather. Unfortunately, the weather is certainly trying to put a halt to our proceedings quickly. We are now going to be in a holding pattern as the rain has started to pitter-patter in the puddle of knowledge down here at the starting line as well as up at the top end. So we're going to put things on hold, and we are going to really, really hope that this rain clears up enough that we can get in the rest of tonight's program. Well, we certainly tried. I mentioned we were in that race against Mother Nature. Sad to say, Mother Nature's won this battle. We are going to be done for the night, but hopefully we'll be able to come back and we can finish up the finals still yet to run today, tomorrow. But for now, that will be a wrap for the NHRA Summit ET Series and the West Coast Outlaws Shootout. Want to thank all of the spectators for joining us here today, as well as the racers and crews for coming out to participate in today's race. Want to give one extra announcement about noise, especially later at night. Remember that 11 o'clock p.m., there is a noise cutoff. You don't have to be asleep, but we do request that you not be making a whole lot of noise past 11 o'clock, just to be respectful to our neighbors. But for now, we're going to be calling it off for the rest of the night. We'll hopefully be back tomorrow, and we'll aim for, once again, between a 9 and a 10 o'clock start. We'll see you there.